is like what is kinds of people someone in society who is active as an alcoholic. That's probably essentially, but I have done it, and I would say as well, like there's not a lot of documentation on vaping alcohol, and so that's something you kind of have to do your own trailblazer on. I would say that there are some aspects of it that like I definitely would have. If you were to ask me, like, do you like vaping cannabis or vaping alcohol? Cannabis all day. It's just there's more of a body buzz to it. I don't like being drunk, like feeling out of my element. And there's definitely those aspects of it, but you don't throw up from it, which is really nice. Like the things that if you were to take shots of everything, you're gonna throw up. You're gonna have calories, perhaps, for what you do. Instead, you're gonna perhaps be very, very drunk. You could kill yourself, and you're gonna have a hangover. Generally, those things aren't the same within the vaping of alcohol. And I really think that alcohol vaping has a huge future. I'm surprised that people don't do it. Like, I could see alcohol companies not wanting to do it because you use so little of the alcohol. Like exactly. Exactly. You just need a very little amount. It was like an hour. It was like an hour, and then basically you come down from it like you do when you're after alcohol. Like you feel like maybe tired. Sorry, I muted myself. I would say maybe an hour. You feel tired. There is a come down from it, but it's not as bad. No soreness in your throat, absolutely nothing like that. I would say as well, you don't feel sick and you don't want ever. You're gonna pass out very, very quickly. I mean, if you're not familiar, every takes brain out. So essentially, like the most potent kind of alcoholic.
Look for all of you to come to Oregon. How come?
Exactly. So there are a lot of like positive aspects of it, and like that's one thing that I did. Honestly, one of the craziest trips I've ever had. And I don't know why I just muted it. One of the craziest trips that I've ever had, allegedly, was with morning glories. I don't know if anybody's aware of what morning glories are, but it's a type of flower, and when I was in college, I had no money, and I was in like the driest town when it came to cannabis. So there wasn't much, like we didn't have really big hookups and things like that. But you could go to your local Home Depot or Lowe's or Walmart, like wherever, and you could literally just buy like just in the like little where you buy seeds for flowers. You just buy those kind of seeds, and there's a certain process that you go through. So what I had just read on heroin, like how to do this. I would tell anyone that seed manufacturers know that people can trip on their seeds, so they put a chemical on the seed about which I did not know, so that people don't do this, and it makes you very, very sick if you ingest it. So I essentially took these seeds and put them in a coffee filter and just basically made the tea and cooked it. And I would say it was one of the most trippy experiences of my life, where like everything sounded differently. Neon lights looked really crazy. And now, is it a good thing to do? You're essentially poisoning yourself. So I wouldn't necessarily say that it was a good thing to do. You can definitely trip, and I would never known that had I not been on heroin. Another thing you can do is nutmeg. Nutmeg, you can trip really hard on nutmeg. I said green tea. Green tea is definitely a way to do it, but like there's all kinds of stuff in your underneath your sink or in your spice cabinet that can really open up your mind. I don't do these things. I don't do them anymore, but I don't do these things to or I didn't do these things to hurt myself. I did it to open my mind and try to like unlock parts of my mind that I wasn't using. And I found a lot of introspective, positive aspects of it. So if you're someone out there who's just like hey, this sounds cool. I would go on Arrowwood Vault and start to learn about what other people have done first, so that you can avoid some of these things. But like we were talking about, some of the little hints that you're not going to know if you don't get the right knowledge. For instance, if you're doing psilocybin or LSD, it's really key to take vitamin C, and it will help your trip. It will improve the visuals that you're seeing. So when one person may say, "Oh, I love LSD, it's wonderful," and they took vitamin C as well, and another person may say, "Yeah, I didn't think it was that big of a deal," but they didn't take vitamin C. Perhaps it's not the LSD that was the difference; it's the supplemental drugs that they took that helped the trip as well. So I definitely advise checking that out. And back to that, what was the name of the weed Arrowwood Falls that you were saying? It's something SOS.
That inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of stem and adaptogens together, supporting the body's disease.
Dr. Moya, how will I feel after taking a adaptogen and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Moya protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptogen and ImmuStem and your pre-gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800.
That's right, and I didn't know that either. And but yeah, there's this spray that they put on. So if you ever do it, make sure that and I've read people's reports since then. You need to wash them very thoroughly, and even put them through some kind of like alcohol wash to get all that stuff off. So that, but man, it was one of the best body buzzers of my life. I would say I really like body buzzers. And some of the ways that I could get it was through psilocybin, LSD, morning glory. Those were some really interesting aspects. One thing that I really like too, I like Arrowwood Coffee. Okay, so there are things called designer drugs. I don't know if people are familiar with these. So basically, in the States, we don't have labs generally that are legal that create designer drugs, but in Asia and in Europe, there are these designer labs where basically they're like, you can find them, and if you just like type in like DMT or DMT alternatives, we'll get these like names like 5 NEOs for like
Go to consumercellular.com/story. It's a limited time. There's 25 on the wireless bill.
Exactly. And those are really dangerous because, I mean, they're fun, but it's like, well, you don't know what you're doing when you take that. Do you swallow it? Do you smoke it? So you can go to a website like Arrowwood Vault, and there will be people who will tell you exactly how to do it, what their experiences are, and it's a much safer way to do it. Because if you have a bad trip, the worst trip I ever had, I just ended up smoking some kind of like 5 or something, and I was on the bathroom floor for like 2 days, and I could not get up. It was really like, you don't want to be in one of those situations. You want to make sure that you have that guiding principle and at least some basic knowledge of what you're doing, because you can really hurt yourself. But when it comes to some of these labs overseas, I've had some of the best trips of my life looking at stuff too. I would go on the dark web. This is how I got into crypto and everything. I would. So this is like, I bought my first Bitcoin that was under $1,000, and I just used it for fun online. I'd go on the deep web, and I would use the crypto as my currency, as many people do, and I would order from labs, allegedly, in Amsterdam, and get LSD that way. And it was so cool how the LSD was sent to you. So essentially, you would buy whatever, and like 2 weeks later, you get this envelope, like a thank you card, from Amsterdam, and it would have like 2 little tabs in it, or something like that, whatever you ordered. And so you're like, oh, thank you so much for the recent, I don't know, bar mitzvah gift or whatever they would have put in there. Thank you so much for the holiday gift, or, Happy New Year or whatever, happy birthday. And so if, that envelope, like what are the odds that the U.S. Postal Service is going to find that, but also like that they're going to know exactly what that is. It takes a long time to test all of that information or test all of that. They don't have time for that. But what I ended up finding was some of the best experiences I've ever had. So at least this one time on LSU, I was at my friend's house and we were doing it together. And he didn't want to do as much as I wanted to do, so I took the part that he didn't have. So I was really, really fucking stripping on it. And I got to a point on LSD where I could honestly say, I had another friend there, and I looked this friend in the eye, and I said to him, I don't think you can feel better than how I feel right now. And at that moment, this feeling from the bottom of my, like where my coccyx is in my spine, all the way up to my pineal gland in my brain, I could feel this shooting up into my brain, literally, and then it exploded of just this wonderful euphoria. Best feeling I've ever had on drugs. I've only felt that good one other time with a girl, and that was like love and things like that. And not to say you can't find that in other ways, but essentially, like if I hadn't done some experiments, I would have never had that experience. And I remember saying to my friend, looking him in the eye, and saying, I don't think that you can feel better in any way than I did at that moment. So I've always been a big fan of LSD, but definitely, if you haven't had the opportunity to experiment a little bit with it, do so. But I would say your mileage may vary, so make sure that you check out, some kind of Arrowwood lab or some kind of someone's trip report. It's very important that you do so. That's the matter. Do you have any experience with LSD, allegedly?
Is that still questionable? That's a great question. But the question is, well, there's always an insight. The question, how close to the insight are you? You understand, if you want Kool-Aid, that's Kool-Aid, go to the job and invest in a 401k, they're far away from the impact point. That's the sad part about those financial education. Inside of, for example, let's say your mom and pop and you want to buy a house to rent out. So the moment you do that 6 months deal together, you're not an insider. You're an insider to that deal. But if you buy an REIT, this is your investment trust without the rules are different. Big time. Big time. I mean, you're at a local bar and a guy from the company says, yeah, we're unloading this subsidiary we own tomorrow, and you run and buy some stock. Have you committed a crime? Well, it's a test. I mean, all the takes you from faith. But the other thing, too, is in the world of viral, the ESG and the I side. If you look at I does what's called family office. The family office is such a stream of house attorneys almost. But if you're an outsider, an employee who drank the Kool-Aid to go to school and get a job, pay your taxes, save money, and invest in a 401k, you're an outsider. So technically, you cannot do what I do. There's lines between the firewall and all of this. So years ago, that's why I created the Capital 14.
Definitely agree with that. And the time dilation that happens. I know on psilocybin, well, firstly, anyone who hasn't done psilocybin, I definitely, I'll enjoy microdosing, to start out.
And most of us have heard these words, income and expense, assets and liabilities. But they haven't heard of the statement of cash flow. So again, the reason my wife and I created the cash flow 14 and to play it all over the world, 50 different languages, kids play it and all this, is to learn to be an insider. To put your own deals together. I don't need to go to Wall. I'm not saying I'm not against Wall Street. But I don't need to go to them to buy a deal. I can put my own package deal together. For example, how simple it is in theory. I invest in Wagyu cattle, Japanese cattle. I'm Japanese and fourth generation Japanese. Because George, I was trying to be a Japanese breeding bull. I was, you know, as a kid, I was watching this breeding bull at a dairy in Hawaii. And all this guy did was to keep bringing the cows. I said, that's a job I want. So I bought these Wagyu cattle. A Wagyu because Wagyu is a brand. That's a beef brand, right? Well, no, it's a high-end. Really, I've noticed that it's from the Gucci, whatever the thing is. And if you look at guys like Buffett, he only invests in brands where he invests in Coca-Cola. But he doesn't invest in those startup cola brands. So brand is an asset. And so my poor dad was the head of education for the state of Hawaii. PhD from Stanford, Northwestern University College, was good man. But that's me, he was tall, he was 6'4". That is a understand. But he knew nothing about money. And my rich dad was the Dutch fence father, who at the age of around 13 had to take over the family business. The one guy, poor dad, was school smart. Rich dad was street smart. So when I was about 10 years old, my rich dad started teaching his son and me playing Monopoly. And they said, so why are we playing Monopoly? And my rich dad said, because, you know, real estate is one of the asset classes you need to invest.
I personally have allegedly.
So at the age of 10, I'm playing Monopoly.
Oh, go ahead, Andy, please.
Housing boxes you could find, right? Well, yeah, of course. 4 greenhouses, 1031 Texas for exchange into a red hotel. So today, I'll red hotel.
I find, well, so, first time I did start my legend in college. And I mean, like, this is decades ago. It was difficult to get, and to me, the taste, I had such a taste of it. It would make me sick. I would throw up when I would eat it. And my friend would as well. We would put it on like sandwiches, like tuna, like peanut butter sandwiches. But then, like, you don't like peanut butter anymore because it was, in my opinion, it ruined whatever it was that you were eating. But most recently, I had a connection, and he grind it and put it on the pepper and to microdose that way. And I absolutely enjoyed that. So you can't ever taste it, so you just swallow a pill basically, like you would any other pill, and you go about your day. I'm with Basmatic on this one, where to me the correct dosage is when colors start to look a little more vivid, and like you got a good kind of like mild body workout. It's not like you couldn't drive, it's not like you couldn't go to work. It was just very positive, and music sounded better to me. Even just like microdosing. I've gotten to a point one day where I think I just got really paranoid, and I had a lot of anxiety, and then I took too much, and basically I just ended up throwing up and just realizing that I don't know if, like, honestly, my paranoia probably took over, and I did. I absolutely napped it. I took way too much. To the point, I was in the shower, like, moaning, and one of my roommates said, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like in my own world. I don't know. So basically, you want to find your happy medium, but it's really difficult. Like, I knew I was just like pill after pill after pill on these just notes because I kind of wanted to see what would happen. I would say, your general, like, I don't know, gram amount is really probably good. And if I think what you should do is definitely have a babysitter or someone to keep an eye on you, especially if it's your first time, and definitely do it with someone who is experienced in it, because they can help guide you through it. Because it's definitely a strange world if you don't know what you're doing. So I had both of those things, and one of the things that my friend and I did, if you're not aware, there is Wizard of Oz matchup.
Thanks to the truth. I mean, they put them down. So if you ever lose anybody, also, but I did not have a close friend.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So I have had some really interesting experience with this. Originally, like, I think I was a freshman in college. I might have been even in high school. Frankly, I had some really great friends in college, who kind of took me under their wing, so I got more experience, I would say, than most people in high school. And one of the things that we did, I think we were just having some beers or something, but they told me about, hey, have you ever synced up with your live and Dark Side of the Moon? And so we did it manually. And when we did that, it was like, wow, it syncs really well. And if you ever want to know what this is called, it's called Dark Side of the Rainbow, also known as the Dark Side of Eyes or Wizard of Stories. But basically, you'll see some crazy synchronicity within these two pieces of art that normally you wouldn't see. And so I had that experience, and then when I kind of done it with psilocybin, definitely had like I saw it in a totally different way. So I would say these, like the synchronicities in that was very interesting. But the best experience that I had on it was going outside and looking at nature. You will have such a more appreciation.
I love it because it's a funny time. Let me tell you a story about this character. It's about character. When I was at Center on the street, there were 60,000 people. And I was on stage with them. He and I traveled the world together doing talks on real estate investing and all that. But there were those two books together. You can check them out. So I'm on stage and I use Leona Helmsley's term, listen. I'm up on stage and correcting you. Really? Because don't ever say that about people. There's no such thing as little. And so I put them 55,000 people. And that's the kind of man he is. I had a friend of mine who knew him well. You may know a guy who had passed on, Ron Wright, who founded Hawaiian Tropics, the canning company. Yeah,
I couldn't agree more. I didn't think super is about that. And I honestly like the trick. I think more during the day because you can go outside and be one with nature. So if you're gonna do this, again, it's really important to have a babysitter or like somebody to watch you, and so you don't get lost or anything like that. Exactly. And so I had those kinds of experiences. This one time though, I did it. It was around Halloween time, and it was like when I did it with my friends. It was like we were in a movie, like a Satan movie, where all the trees looked like they had faces, but it was safe. We weren't scared or anything. It was really, really interesting opportunity, and it almost made life like a movie. It felt like I was in a movie when I was. Go ahead, David.
Freedom of choice, freedom of the speech, religion. I don't care who you play with, none of my business. But these are weak leaders who have big problems. Do you think he's got a chance to get reelected? Well, that's what I was going to ask you, RFK Jr. at that time. Yeah,
absolutely. We're going to do the same thing every single night. So hopefully we'll see you tomorrow night. You have the opportunity. Thank you so much for joining us, and just really appreciated you being here. Thank you so much, Leo. Shout out to Toronto. Shout out to house music, and I hope you have a wonderful 420. Take care, my man. You had mentioned that you felt like you were in a movie when you were on it too. Is that correct?
It's an example of managerial company. You're right about that. Robert, we're going to take a short break in the show, and then we'll start taking calls next hour. Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
What you say is that making music an exclusive deal coming common? And here's to rock out with country's biggest superstars. Check this month's Valpac Blue Envelope for your chance to win a trip to the iHeart Country Festival. Scan the QR code and stream at iHeart Country Station. Then listen for details on how to enter the sweepstakes. You can win $100 instantly just by opening your envelope. Home to your mailbox to learn more today. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Please check with Valpac Envelopes or Valpac.com for details.
You want the spring flowers, but your nose doesn't agree with their pollen. Be prepared for allergy season with top-tier allergy products.
I think perhaps it'll make you have a different appreciation if you are secular for the natural world and just realizes that it's very, very complicated and perhaps not people have much thought. I would say as well that there's definitely a spirituality the mission who I think people would consider these to be very useful and cool. And like if you look at artists who would experiment with these things, it's fascinating how their art changes and they use different types of art. I find pharmaceuticals because there's no difference to me whether Pfizer puts it out or you can get it on house. It's like chemistry, which one has more of a taboo than some others. I would say that there were aspects of my life that like I have longed for when I'm on those things. And I just realized that for whatever reason, whether it's availability or cost or whatever, I'm still doing right now. But definitely got a lot of positive aspects of it, and really not that many negatives, aside from really the at least when it came to like LSD or psilocybin, when your trip is done and you fall asleep, the next day you might have a little bit of a different feeling, but you more than likely will want to comprehend what it was on your trip, and you don't have a hangover. That was my big thing. I went to a university where drinking was really, really good, and the hangover is just ridiculous. People were doing and you see people punishing and then those people who would have trips or cannabis were fine them.
We hit the shelters and we were for quite a few minutes.
Why are we all
sirens blasting, and then we could hear the wind very loudly.
When they came out, they saw a lot of damage across the university campus. County's airport is also damaged. In Cole, Oklahoma, several homes and at least one business were destroyed and at least one person has been killed. Emergency crews are still looking for victims. And LAPD officers filed a lawsuit against police chief Michael Moore and the department claiming sharpshooting social media restrictions. The officer claims Chief Moore blocked her promotions and threatened to destroy her career. She didn't remove videos of her firing guns at shooting ranges and competition. The female officer's pop post got a lot of attention in 2020 after she allegedly shot and killed a man who was waving a knife. The lawsuit filed yesterday claims retaliation and discrimination by the chief, saying her videos were no different from what some male officers
you mentioned that I would find that too. It would feel like, I don't know exactly what was going on, but it's not necessarily poison, but it's like some kind of like chemical going through your body, and I could feel it in my, like it was almost like lactic acid buildup in my joints and in my muscles. That was about the worst thing that I was experiencing from it. The next day, talking about edibles and such. One time, I didn't do edibles for a long time, and I did, and then I didn't, kind of off and on, and it had been many, they've been like a decade since I've done them, and I just got tempted one day, and I don't know why I went to this dispensary allegedly, but I'm glad I did. It was a good experience. It was in Compton, California, which normally isn't seen as the nicest place, but I'm going to defend Compton. I'm Chief Rabbi of Compton. It is a beautiful, beautiful city. It's always sunny. There's no snow. The roads are generally pretty nice. The people are pretty nice. And so I was close to where I was at the time. And I remember going through, and they had some gum. Okay, fine, whatever. And I bought them and ended up kind of like it was so much that I ate the package and like another package or two, and I was fucked up for 72 hours. So there's definitely ways to, like, mess yourself up on those kind of things, and that's a difficult thing with edibles. It's difficult to judge, so if you are doing edibles, of any kind, I would say, definitely put your time on it, because you can have that hangover for days.
Hands down my favorite. I love that it teaches you phrases and things or real life conversations, and to have the best speech recognition tool. It tells you how accurate your pronunciation is, so you can really nail your accent. In almost any language you want, like Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean, or get access to all 25 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com.
Starting May 7, 2025, you may need a real ID for domestic flights, and there's never been a better time to apply than right now. Give yourself the freedom of traveling when and where you want, from sporting events and family reunions to romantic vacations or even a weekend getaway with friends. Real ID is yours ticket to fly. There's no need to wait. Visit CaliforniaRealID.org today to start the online Real ID application from the comfort of home. Real ID Online. Ready when you are.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Keep your real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Justin Dowell, founder of Western Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now to get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-334-2266. That's 800-334-2266. 800-334-2266.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for lunch at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's a free app that can save you money on your medication. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon.
There were aspects. So I've had a lot of surgeries in my life, like nothing like terrible, but like foot surgeries and like I've had some facial surgery. And sometimes they give you some type of opiate for that. And I have definitely had better experiences. Well, I should say firstly that there's like a taboo about fentanyl. And I've been on fentanyl for years, like from a doctor. And at least the way that I would get it was the safest way I think you could ever get fentanyl. I had to take a drug test every time that I got it. I had to see a doctor every single time. And there were these patches that you put on your body. And essentially, you put a patch on the first time. There's this thing called fentanyl knot, where you just fall asleep, and it's absolutely a thing. But there are like safe ways to do that. Definitely, I think that there's pharmaceutical ways. Then there are definitely other ways as well to get pain relief. And I feel like the fact that it's so much cheaper, perhaps easier, to just be able to take a bunch of edibles and be out of your mind, out of your pain state, that is a challenge for many of the pharmaceutical communities. So that's why it's not really endorsed. But I'm definitely in agreement with that fanatic that it can definitely provide pain relief to people at lower cost and don't need a prescription perhaps. You didn't have to go through all of the rigmarole that I would have to go through. There are also aspects, this was something maybe, I don't know, 13 years ago, let's say between 15 and 15 years ago, and it was called Spike. Basically, we designed a drug that you could buy at like a gas station or, I don't know, where convenience stores are selling, where a lot of states where medical marijuana wasn't a thing, you could buy basically like potpourri that had these chemicals sprayed on it, and you could get definitely a high, and you could pass a drug test. Does anyone have any experience with this kind of stuff? Spice, Kiki, Mr. Smiler, or a bunch of names from?
To talk to George Dory, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109.
Correct.
The first caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8355. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message on 618-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. This hour will take your calls with Robert Kiyosaki. And he'll also give us a little advice on how you can protect your own income when we come back on Coast to Coast AM. Identity theft can happen to anyone, costing billions of dollars in losses every year. And the best ways to help protect yourself from identity theft include shredding statements, never providing personal info over the phone, creating longer passwords, checking credit reports often, only using secure online networks, and using identity theft protection services like LifeLock. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own, like loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code GEORGE when you call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com. Use promo code GEORGE, 25% off.
Suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-206-9977. That's 1-800-206-9977. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-206-9977. That's 1-800-206-9977. SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercial. Commercial. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie back with Robert Kentucky, and we'll take your calls to the dollar with him as well. Robert, what do you recommend the average family do to protect their income streams or assets? Well, I always recommend financial education, like, I guess it was, the richest man in the world, Warren Buffett. Yeah, he says, never have insurance self-finance insurance. But never ask a person to sell financial education. What they should do. I created this cash flow worksheet out of respect for Maria Montessori. Montessori's school system is fantastic. And what she said is what they can judge from 9 to 10 members. So imagine trying to learn to play golf just listening to all. That's not going to happen. No, well, reading a textbook, you can't do it. The power of a school system is to teach you just listening to an idiot across the room. Who have no experience at all. So, like when I went to flight school, my instructor could fly. Did you listen to somebody who couldn't fly on how to fly? No way. It does. By the way, my granddaughter is 21 years old and discovered some list of pilot's license. Oh, good for her. She's going to get it. You have to have a good teacher, don't you? Yeah, she went to a good school for that. Yeah, very good. I love it. But you're right. That practical experience is critical. And making mistakes, there's nothing wrong with that as long as you learn from it. How does a baby learn to walk by falling down? That's right. Learn to ride a bicycle by falling down. And every day in flight school, we had to practice crashing. So I crashed 3 times in Vietnam. But imagine if I had avoided crashing, I could get. You mean you crashed 3 times in real action? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. And that's what I was saying. The saddest days of my life when it's carried is when your best friends don't come back to put their proof. No, you're right. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, it's unbelievable. But then they get spit on by those Woodstock Generation hippies. So why did I fight for you? I wonder if they're sorry for
I'm in
what they
agreement
did.
with you. Have you had any experience with salvia given the rum?
You know, I still think about coming rushing to sit on sick eggs, sit on cold baby killers, and I swear to God I saw Nancy Pelosi in this town. You never know. I'm only kidding. All right, that's good. Hey, it was horrible time, as you know. Let's go to the phone. You ready? Yep. Let's go to Brian in Indiana, east of the Rockies. Hey, Brian, welcome to the program. Hey, George. Good evening, Robert. How are you, sir?
Yeah, it's an interesting drug. So, if you're not familiar, essentially you can get like compounds of it in like 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. I so I had done it really to stick out in my mind at least once. The first time I did it, I didn't get a huge effect from it. The second time, oh no, I did 2 times. The second time I did it, and the reason why I didn't get a huge effect from it, I don't think I was doing it at the right rate and such, but I have had some very interesting rush of water was going over me, like pushing me down or like pushing me in one direction. So when you were saying like you felt like you were going to the left, I felt like it was just like going over me, but it was definitely like a feeling that I had that was changing the like it was hard for me to stand. Like I had to lie on the ground basically, and it just felt like waves of energy were going over me. And the interesting thing to me was how short it lasted. It was like 15 minutes, and that was it. And you couldn't do it again. If you did it again, it wouldn't work. And so you have to wait some amount of time. And I feel like there's something with drugs, especially when you do it the first time, they don't always work. Cannabis doesn't always work the first time, but the second or third or fourth time, it will work. I've had friends, uh, their first time with cannabis, and they were like, oh, I don't think this is great. Like, I don't know what everybody's talking about. And it's just like your body has to like build up the tolerance to, or like overcome a tolerance to it. And when it does, it's wild. And I felt like salvia was definitely one of those things. And then the third time I did it with a friend, and he had the same effect where it just was like, it was wild. It was just rushed over him. And the reason why we did all these drugs, like the synthetic drugs, the salvia, the nutmeg, the green tea, the LSD, the psilocybin, they couldn't be detected in drug testing. And that's the thing. You really push people to the limit when you're doing drugs that can't be detected by drug tests. And I
Simply because the greens have gotten their full. Well, that's what we have to go about this for. Yeah, amen, brother. Amen. I like the idea that you can put it in IRA. The real stuff, not the, I hate to say this, but I call ETF fake gold and fake gold. Is Social Security going to be around in 10 years, in your opinion? I doubt it, but you know, let me ask you this, but inflation is now 2%. I mean, there's no way we're going to stop inflation. So that's the biggest problem of all. That's why I say I went to the academy in New York. I studied oil. And when Biden took us off the Keystone XL pipeline, I got rich. Oil at $30 a barrel to $130 a barrel. Check that out. But also what happened to national debt and through the roof. So we're in serious trouble. I hate to say that. And that's like, you know, Silicon Valley Bank and all those guys. It's just there's a canary in the coal mine. Our banking system's in trouble. Maria in Illinois with us. Hi, Maria. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you very much for taking my call. So I have a couple of questions. One is on behalf of a friend of mine, an acquaintance, and the second one is concerning me. So I'll start with about my friend. I have a friend, an acquaintance that he's actually a big fan of yours. He's always talking about Rich Dad, Poor Dad. But he has a very low paying job. Um, but he's constantly always, he's into tech. He's constantly online all the time watching YouTube videos, different financial advisors,
and constantly trying to financially educate themselves. And both his company are close to me, but he's always constantly watching YouTube videos and trying to educate himself. He's constantly talking to me about aspects of their ability.
Oh, no, I agree. And they don't want us coming together. When I say they, like whatever, the powers that they don't want us coming together. They don't want us essentially having these mind-altering experiences because it changes your theory on things. You realize people don't need money. You realize you don't necessarily have to work to be happy and all these other things. People have that corporate mentality. Also, it's a depression. So no matter how you look at it, even if it's like tequila and things like that, people don't necessarily I do know people who work harder and lift weights better when they're high and all these other things. So I can't say that like it makes you lazy or anything like that. In fact, I think it can make you much, much more productive. I know that I become the world's best cleaner. I clean my ass off because I want everything super organized and that's just how I am. But under normal society, I can just kind of be a slouch. So I find that it can affect me in really good ways as well. I have had the opportunity to essentially do many different kinds of drugs, I would say. There are some that like I haven't done, like adrenochrome. I guess synthetic adrenochrome is available through an EpiPen. So like there are some, but like really everything else, I've done. Like I'm like you, asthmatic. When we had Dare back in the day, and it was like, oh, it's like I dare you to do all these drugs. It was literally a list of all the drugs that could be done. It's like, oh, okay, we have this police officer come to our school and tells us like what the drugs are. We didn't know what the drugs were before that program, but then we definitely knew what it was. When it comes to cannabis, the first time I have a very similar upbringing. I would say where like alcohol was much more positive and cannabis is like absolutely not. You're going to be a hippie. You're going to be, you're going to never amount to anything. And at least the first time I ever did cannabis, allegedly, I was right after I graduated high school, and it was like, okay, well, school's done, we'll try, and not that much happened to me the first time. So I had a similar experience with some other people too. But the second time I did it, basically, I mean, I remember, like, I would cry. Yeah, I would be very emotional, but I'd be crying, I'd be so happy. You know what I mean? And like no matter how hard you've ever laughed, if you're like on cannabis or LSD or something else, it's gonna make you laugh so much harder. The hardest I think I've ever laughed in my entire life. I don't know if anybody's ever seen the movie Across the Universe, but it's essentially a Beatles musical. It's really, really an interesting film. And if you haven't seen it, you like it, definitely check it out. It has all these visuals and things. And my friend and I were gonna see it, and we took mushrooms, and I think we leveled ourselves out a little bit with cannabis, perhaps. And we were on our way to the movie, and we get there, we get in, and there's this one part of the movie that is very, very serene, where like there's this little boy in Detroit, Michigan, singing Let It Be. And it's like during the middle of this race riot, and it's just like a really powerful scene. And wouldn't you know it, my cell phone went off, and it fell between the seats. So I have this loud, like, clamshell cell phone that's going off, and I can't get it because it's in between the seats. And my friend and I are laughing our dicks off because it's just ringing, 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 and it's in the middle of like the most solemn scene of the entire movie, and everyone in the theater is gonna go, oh my god, this asshole. So okay, so the cell phone starts. Then it starts up again. Oh my god, I couldn't get the cell phone stuck in between the seats. Finally, I get it. It was one of the funniest times in my life. My friend and I laughed so hard. Like it was unbelievable how hard we laughed. I don't think I would have laughed that hard under normal conditions. It really it makes your highs higher. It can certainly make your lows lower, but I don't know. There's something about laughing to the point where you're crying, you've got tears coming out of your eyes. It's just a beautiful thing.
I've never really been into any of this, but I mean, I've been on disability most of my life, so I'm pretty much just on disability for my life. But my friend is wanting to really push me into. I don't have the internet. I don't have email and anything like that. I'm very old school. I'm not into doing anything online, and also visually impaired, so I'm not really big on watching videos. But he's kind of like testing me to watch a bunch of YouTube videos, and kind of like push me to get on board to invest and do dividends and, earning shares or shares that do dividends. But I'm on a government income because I'm on disability. I guess my first thing is more for him. Is there any way that he can get it? And he's on limited funds and he already works and he's in danger of losing.
Absolutely, and it's a great feeling. I would have girls tell me when they would hang out with me, it was like an abs workout because I'd make them laugh so hard. And that's a great compliment, but also it's true. You push yourself to the limit, and basically, like you're in this zone. I feel like we really should study that. It's really not something that's studied at a university level that well. Sure, you have like studies of like the history of comedy and things like that, but what is it that actually triggers us to laugh and laugh so hardly that that you cry or that you have muscle soreness from it? I think one of the things perhaps in the next 10 years AI might get very good at is what is funny to humans. Because currently it's not that good at it at determining what is funny. Because it's such a
boring person lecture. My rich dad taught me how to get rich playing Monopoly. 4 greenhouses, 21 tax deferred exchange, red hotel. But the purpose of teaching me to play Monopoly was to inspire my own learning. And unfortunately, what most people have been conditioned to do because they went to school was give me the answer. The answer is invest in an IRA or 401. Monopoly is a great game. I still play it every day. Go to Bill in New Jersey. Hey, Bill, go ahead, sir. Thank you, George. People and teachers ask you to be in retired.
I agree.
You 1 year. Oh, good for you.
I agree. They're not very funny. I mean, they're not what generally people think is funny. It's like if you were to read one of those books, like a thousand knock knock joke books. That's kind of what it puts out for you. But it will get better. And like when I try to think of what I think is funny or what is humor, it's very subjective. But there's kind of like this. You have this like general consistency of life, and then all of a sudden there's like almost like a paradox or something that is triggered that isn't normal that causes you to laugh. And there's some aspects of humor that can be intensified. For instance, alliteration, using the same letters can make something much funnier, or rhyme can make things much funnier. And when you get things that are really creative and really unique, they can be hilarious. I really feel like AI, give it some time. I think AI will be very well. We're previously talking about with it being 420, happy 420 to everybody. When you're able to take different, like not just drugs, but like what you were saying, Canon SOS, you go and you're able to like watch your favorite movie or whatever on an indica or sativa or whatever your favorite kind of shit, vape it. There are definitely ways to expand your mind. Is anyone here familiar with an accordion bong?
Think about that. How we're going to look.
Okay, so there's this thing called an accordion bong. Okay, so firstly, if you want to fuck yourself up as hardly as possible, I mean, like to the point where on cannabis, if there's no way, and what is it? It's a gravity. That's the matter. What are your thoughts on gravity bong?
Robert's website, of course, is linked up at coasttocoastfm.com. Or do people still get the book with Dick with it? But I hate to brag, but it's still #1 after 25 years across the world. Isn't that amazing? And that's something. Because I don't want to brag here. Every publisher turned it down because the local commie pinkles, and they said, you don't know what you're talking about. You can say funny. You should get out of debt. I'm going, no, I don't say funny, and I use debt. If you understood funny, you'd understand debt is funny. Well, what do they say in one of those movies? Death tightens the compass. What's that? They said in one of those movies about death tightens the compass. Well, the strong. Dave Ramsey's a friend of mine, and he could have left that crate. He's a genius. Yeah, but that's his philosophy. It's not my philosophy. I'm $1.5 billion in debt, because I had to learn how to use debt as money. As long as you have cash flow, that's all that matters. Yeah. But this is a big thing. You have to understand history as part of financial education. In 1913, the Federal Reserve Bank was created. In 1913, the IRS was created. So the only way fiat money, which is what we have today, can come into existence is we have to get into debt. Good point. Robert, we're going to take a short break and come back with final calls in a moment. On Coast to Coast Radio. Always on your phone? Then you'll be happy to know the Coast website is now optimized for mobile users. Just point your iPhone or Android browser to coasttocoastam.com and enjoy.
The KFI 24-hour newsroom, LA, Chicago, and New York are leading the country in the number of foreclosures. Real estate data analytics firm Adams homeowners filed 22% more foreclosures this quarter compared to the same time last year. The 84-year-old man in Missouri accused of shooting and killing a 16-year-old kid who went to his front door by mistake to pick up his brother was pleaded not guilty to the charges. He remains free on bail. The CDC's recommended seniors get a second dose of the updated COVID booster. People 65 and up can get another dose of the updated Pfizer and Moderna vaccine at least 4 months after their last shot. The group Greater Palm Springs Pride has declared Palm Springs a drag sanctuary city and announced its 2023 Pride Week theme will be Drag Now, Drag Forever. Palm Springs' Pride celebration will be held November 3rd through 5th. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and warmer tomorrow, highs in the 70s to low 80s. Warming into the 80s to low 90s for Friday and Saturday, back into the 70s and 80s Sunday. It's 57 in Tustin, 56 Manhattan Beach. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
In San Diego, there is a hotel. You can left off for Foothills in San Diego Avenue. 3 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until for Allegiant Park. This is on the 110 northbound right after Stadium Way. Stall car there, taking up the right lane. You drive. It's bunching up as you approach. In West Philadelphia, there is a work zone and westbound from Pacific to Fuente. 2 right lanes are going to be turned off for road work until 5. You're seeing delays in that area. KFI has got to help get you a fast Brian Dan. iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jay Shetty to the iHeart family. Tune into On Purpose with Jay Shetty, the hit podcast where the former mom shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigates ways to live life today on purpose. Try something new. When was the last time you did something for the first time with your partner? We're used to watching them do the same things, do the same activities. Let's see them do something fresh and new. Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcast. Afternoons live from the Hate bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feet and like his scalp, trying to keep the rain with trail throws and elbows. He's swinging for the couch. You should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires the sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. With no mask and no hose. Learn more at inspiredsleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and will be important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
3 to 5, AM 640. More state homeless people that are really not. His sign said, "Leave money for food." No, you don't. The Tim Conway Jr. show. If you had a sign that said, "Need money for gym membership," I'm sure 20 of it. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the Bible. If you're trying to explain why you didn't go to church last week, because you're afraid of germs. You go to church last week? No. When's the last time you've been to church? I'm glad you're keeping up with your faith. I'm also not afraid of the germs on the Oh no. Code, do you want a soda that tastes like Bill Handle? Got Bill Handle. Not any one of those yet. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
I don't, because I don't use herb. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to base it like regularly. But I can tell you this: if you don't have a lot of money and you want to preserve your herbs, that's the absolute way to do it. That's nice. You disagree? Oh, no issue at all. Absolutely. Yes. Exactly, and that's where I was in the world. So what I learned is that you can really preserve it using gravity. So basically, what you do is you just have like a small little bowl filled with herbs, and it creates like a 2 liter or a gallon jug worth of smoke, and you can fucking get super super high. I mean, I would inhale, and I would fucking hit the ground because you took too much, and it could fuck you up. Yes, exactly. So, what I put in the jumbotron is something called an accordion gravity, which is a really interesting device where you don't need water for the gravity bond aspect. The chamber will last you a couple hours. It was really interesting to me that you could burn something and it would be sealed in there for like an hour, and it would still work after an hour because the smoke was in this like chamber. So if you don't have a lot of money out there and you're looking for a little invention that's really cheap, the accordion gravity bond is a game changer. Resin for gravity bond in general. If I were to have to, like, if I had herbs, the best way, in my opinion, to do it is a volcano vaporizer. Top of the line, it's a lot of fun, and you can pass these bags around a party, and everybody's fucking super high and just a little bit weak. So I'm someone who loves me a fun. I love splits. I love fucking basic. Honestly, another thing that I really like. It's kind of a blunt, I guess. It's kind of a twist, but basically, you take a black and mild tree. You take out all the cigar tobacco. You put it in a fridge, you mix it in there with your favorite herbs, and repack it. And man, you'll get higher than a motherfucker using that. You can certainly fill that tube with all wheat, but I mean that's a lot of wheat juice. But you break it up a little bit. If you don't have a lot of money, those are definitely ways to really enhance your buzz. That's that. Absolutely. Oh my God, I lived on this thing.
I'm a Coast Insider and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before anytime with the show archived. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did. You sure will when it's only 15 cents a day. And now there's something for you to relax. HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness, while increasing energy and stamina, plus helps you fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. Take Elevate in the morning for energy and focus. Then Accelerate weight management and sleep combo before bed for great full night sleep.
I've nearly gotten 4 to 5 hours of sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up to use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep at 16. Never happened before, which is pretty awesome.
I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. We were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person used to feel it.
I lost 10 pounds, and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. It gives you energy, it helps you sleep better. It just works. I stand by it 100%. I was buying a handful of medications to help me sleep, to help me be happy, kind of energy. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. Lost some pounds, instead of doing my family has me that.
George's Power Pack. Accelerate and elevate, including free gifts each well for daytime weight maintenance. Plus, free shipping with promo code George. Accelerate, elevate, free gifts each well, and now free shipping for one exclusive special price with George's Power Pack. Order now at healthylooking.com or toll free 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930. Jump on board now for better focus, less stress, a great full night's sleep, and weight loss with George's Power Pack exclusively at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com. Now here's something on somebody's mind these days: how to save money when inflation is out of control, prices on everything seem so high. Well, one great place.
Yeah, man, you bring back some really great memories when I think about One in a Dugout. So if you're not familiar with what these are, it's basically, at least the one that I had, is like you could buy it. It's essentially like a tube that at the very end you can pack with whatever you want and then smoke it. And so that's the one hitter. And it's one hitter because it's like one hit that you're going to get out of it. And then the dugout is like the storage capsule that actually holds the herb. And a lot of times these one hitters look like a cigarette. I don't know if you're familiar with these. It's like kind of the one that I generally see. So you could. You're familiar with that? Yeah, so essentially, you could take this outside and just be out in a park or something, and no one would necessarily know that you're smoking, whatever it is you're smoking. And I just find, I mean, I've been.
Hi, me again. I want to turn you on to a chance to feel better, have more energy, and less stress. It's a great website, criticalhealthnews.com. The audio lectures, videos, and articles about health will captivate you. Criticalhealthnews.com features content from world-class alternative health experts.
Agreed. And I mean, I even got by the cops of the one in the dugout in the car, and like, you know, they don't know, and it's kind of hard to identify. And in my opinion, it is definitely an economical way to do it. What's your favorite kind of way to enjoy astronomic? Is it a fall?
Remember, education is your best defense against sickness and injury. Hey, Honda, by visiting criticalhealthnews.com, where you can purchase modular nutrition packs and see for yourself how good you can feel. Call 1-855-949-RADIO or 1-855-949-7234. And welcome back to Coast. George Snyder back with Robert Kiyosaki. Robert, what would you say is the greatest lesson you learned in this industry? Well, again, it goes back to the military. That's the power is faith to. Yeah. So there's a movie by Jack Nicholson. You can't handle it. You would never. You could never. Fantastic. And the best thing I ever did to it, because I was a tougher kid from Hawaii, and I needed discipline. And unfortunately, a lot of people lack that discipline. I'm not saying join the Marine Corps, but discipline's essential for people which want to achieve. Make sure the Marine Corps sure did what it had to do with you, didn't it? Look, that court martial twice. I thought that up. Wow. Yeah, I'm not proud of it, but I'm glad I went through it. And I hold a lot of indebtedness to the U.S. Marine Corps. How many years were you in? Oh, 6 years. I went to the academy. I had the North Command Academy. Joined the Marine Corps. The court martial twice because I wasn't disciplined enough. You were a rebel. Oh my God. And so that's why, is it the time to be a rebel? I'm not. That's why I commend you for what you do, because it's, we gotta speak out. Too many people are afraid of speaking out against justice. Why not speak out? Yeah, exactly. Freedom of speech. Well, Let's go back to the phone. Jeff in Billings, Montana, to get us going here. Hey, Jeffrey, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I have a comment and question with the sort of banking crisis that's going on.
Okay.
Back in 1991, when I was a teenager, I got into the stock market for the first time, and I bought a couple of savings and loans, which actually was a really good investment. Doubled my money in the first 5 days that I owned it. But that was a really good time for banks, and that's where the mergers and acquisitions were happening like crazy. And I kind of set up the too big to fail thing that happened in the 2000s then. But before I invested, I wanted to find out why are the prices of these stocks so deflated and depressed. And that's when I learned all about the savings and loan crisis of the 80s, which was caused by a lot of inflation going on during the late 70s and some deregulation. And the executives for any company that's doing a good job trying to make as much money as they can for the company they work for. And of course, they did some things that kind of highly leveraged, and that sort of led to some collapse stuff because things would have worked great for them if the market conditions had stayed the same. But of course, if something happens, then and that's kind of what we saw again in 2008 and what we're seeing again. So this keeps happening. Is there a way that people can kind of learn, well, to kind of prevent this, but also we did get through the savings and loan crisis. They talked some of the bigger banks into taking on these toxic banks and kind of stabilize things, of course, then in 1989 with the Financial Institutions Reform Recovery and Enforcement Act, it reached the contract for some of them that then caused those banks to suddenly the rules were changed for them, and then they started to fail and almost had to be taken over by the government. But thankfully, they. But is it possible that some of the same things that happened in the late 80s and the early 90s to kind of get through all of this and then get rid of inflation so they work again? And also with some of these, when they regulate, deregulate, and keep alternating and kind of adding sort of chaos and overcorrecting and undercorrecting, a lot of the policies made by Congress, not everybody in Congress are bankers, and so they're getting information from the industry itself saying, oh, we'd like you to do it this way, and those are the bankers, and then you've got other economists saying, no, do it this way, and so...
Give Robert a direct question, John. Give him a direct question. Go ahead.
Well, and we kind of learn from what happened, and are there parallels between now and the savings and loan thing? And then is there a way that they can use some of the same ideas to try to come out of it?
What do you think, Robert?
Well, that's a great question. Congratulations for investing in savings and loans. But that is about the whole moral hazard when our government bails out the rich. That's what happened in Silicon Valley and Signature and all that. We're bailing out the rich at the cost of the poor middle class. And so that's why I created the Rich Dad Company. And that's why I follow Maria Montessori, what the hand does remind me of numbers. You've got to understand financial literacy, the words and numbers of money. And your greatest asset lies between your left ear and your right ear. It's called your brain, but it's also called your biggest liability, which is why when I created the taxable forking, I asked people, what does school teach you about money?
I really think data is the future, where people really want to get fucked up. You can get really fucked up on data. What are your thoughts, people, on it?
It takes about 6 months to become a financial planner and 18 months to become a hairdresser. Think about that for a while. You go, well, what's happening? That's both I leave with a question, so that you can question what does school teach you about money?
Next up, we've got Dave, Lake Tahoe, California, west of the Rockies. Hi, David. Go ahead.
Hello, George. Great to talk to you again. Thanks, Robert. I'm a huge fan of yours. I follow every time I see one of your videos, I stop what I'm doing and I tell you, listen, watching everything. I just love your approach to your viewpoint. I'm much concerned about the state of capitalism, democracy, and freedom. I'm very concerned because this banking crisis may bring us down. EBC. Do you think that's going to actually happen soon here? And what's going to mean for people who have cash and money and all? What's going to happen? Well, there's a bigger thing going on called the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and now Saudi Arabia, BRICS. And they're ganging up.
Rosin and live rosin is definitely. I find that, in my opinion, cartridges are really great. I honestly like a lot of the flavors that they put out. They can get you all fucked up, but it's really clean. You just vaping it. You can put it in your pocket. What are your thoughts on cartridges?
Now, China is coming on so strong right now. I'm afraid we're going to go to war. Because that's what I'm afraid of, because they already fought in Vietnam twice. I don't like war. I don't want freedom. But I'm concerned. I'm a concerned citizen. I'm concerned for everybody. But as you know, war is financed by fake money. If we couldn't print fake dollars, we couldn't afford to fight a war. I hate to say that, but that's what's happening. Take a step back, for caution. Without fake dollars, fiat currency, we couldn't fight the war.
What do you think of China and Taiwan in that situation, Robert?
Very dangerous situation. China wants to punch the island back. The same as Ukraine. I'm afraid we're on the verge of war. I hope I'm wrong.
It's got all the makeup, doesn't it?
Amen, brother. Amen. And it's not just that nuclear war.
Yeah, that's the problem. And that's planetary annihilation. As you know, being in the Marines, me in the Navy, we have big subs all over the place as our retaliation.
Correct.
Nobody wins.
Nobody wins. Just 0-0.
This time, caller Randy's with us in Juneau, Alaska. Hi, Randy. Go ahead.
Robert, nice to talk to you.
You too.
Robert, I first met you in 1988 in Denver, Colorado, in a seminar, but it wasn't called Rich Dad Poor Dad. Oh, for money and you. Yes, sir. Here it is. Thank you.
Good memory, guys.
And I remember those several days really, really well. I remember the game of the ring toss. Yes. Thank you. I prided myself in being sitting back and watching and looking and thinking. Jeff went over and sat down and said, okay, here's what I want to do. And you said, how much money are you going to put on this? And I think I said something, I'll let you off easy with 20. And we thanked you for that. And said, let everybody else run on their own. Yep, thank you. It's sort of when I bought the games, I was everything playing Monopoly. But the hands up, the amount of
Right. You're right about that. Randy, you got a quick question for us? Go ahead.
I just, with your, I'm remembering these things that you said back then, Robert, and another quote is all it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to sit back and say nothing. Amen. And are you talking about global trade? Yes, how important it can be. Yes, and there's a lot of trepidation now. But thank you, sir. Thank you. You made a difference in my life, and man, keep going. Thank you. Thanks for saying that.
You touch people's lives, Robert. You know that?
Oh, that's our job, George. You do the same thing, so I'm honored to be in your program.
You've been doing this for how many years now?
Well, quite a while, because, I started when I walked out of high school at 15. Why don't you think about money? Why?
You flunk out of high school, you get court-martialed a couple times in the military. You're one tough guy.
Well, we learn by our mistakes,
That's true. That's true.
I'm so grateful for discipline. I was a surfer kid from Hawaii, was completely undisciplined.
What island were you from?
Well, I grew up on the Big Island, on Hilo and Kona.
Yeah.
I was a surfer kid. And I was so undisciplined. My poor dad was a super education. That when I was 16,
you? A big one?
Oh, God, all the time. That's learning, right? Learning is falling off the board.
Are you attached to the surfboard?
Sometimes later on in life, when the boards got smaller and more high density. But the big boards, they were killing you out on tour.
I was going to say, did you ever get hit by one?
Oh, yeah. That's part of life.
Oh, my God.
That's part of life.
Go to my app. Please do in here, my app. Go ahead.
Fremont, I see you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Two questions very quickly. Calvin selected a quote, if you have something to say, talent is alive. And to all the inventors out there who have a magnum opus, especially women of color.
All right, thank you. Do you have anything that you'd like to say regarding this conversation, and you want to talk?
Thank you.
Well, I would not be a woman of color and let color get in your way. Let me say that because I'm Japanese American.
Hey, at least you answered the question. So what you guys were saying, go ahead. Sorry about that, Diesel and Bassomatic.
And so when people say, when these racists say America is systemically racist, that's one of the biggest lies that ever occurred. There's racists in America.
I've been agreeing with you on that. We've seen some wild ones tonight.
Systemically racist. This is the land of the free, home of the brave.
A lot of good people here, Robert.
Oh, unbelievable. But that's why we need the courage to speak out. Speak up. And I even say people disagree with me. Speak up. It's called the freedom of speech.
Robert, when people go to your website, richdad.com, what do they see?
Dude, I don't know, George. Doug is smart to get to my website. I'm so old school. I am trouble with myself.
How old are you?
76.
Good for you. Keep going.
Well, thank you.
How old do you feel?
86. So that's why I was listening to about music to help us brain.
Oh, yeah. That's right. I believe that.
I'm going to start listening to music more than Fox television.
Absolutely. Listen to your favorite music and talk radio, of course. Don't forget that.
I'm a fun for information. I just love it. But I'm 24/7. That's the problem.
Well, you keep your health and come on back again, okay?
George, thank you. And you please get some more good work. Allow people to speak out, because that's what we use as Marines, Foxtrot, the Navy, Foxtrot, Army, Foxtrot, Coast Guard, Air Force, Foxtrot, with that thing.
That's what we're all about. Robert Kiyosaki's #1 book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, it keeps selling, to be sure. Up next, we're going to be talking about the occult and demons and strange things right here on Coast to Coast AM, so don't touch your dial. We'll be taking calls in the last hour.
Book daily show updates right here in box for free with the Coast software. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Are you looking to sell your home quickly and easily without having to deal with repairs of hassle or a lengthy selling process? Look no further than Sellers Advantage.
They with thousands of satisfied customers, they're the go-to choice for homeowners looking to sell their homes fast.
They'll buy your home for a competitive cash offer, and they can close in just days, not weeks or months. No repairs are needed because they buy homes as is.
And with the most 5-star reviews on Google and Yelp, it's no wonder why thousands of satisfied sellers have chosen Sellers Advantage for their home selling needs.
Sellers Advantage is the fastest and most stress-free way to sell your home. So if you're ready to sell your home, call Sellers Advantage. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-AS-IS, 888-321-2747, sellersadvantage.com.
CRE number 01961658.
Want to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you why you should call Tangible Investments.
Hi, my name is Allie Eastburn, and I'm the founder of With This Ring.
With this ring is Alex Curry.
About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire village in Africa. So I donated that ring, and now we have rings coming in to our organization from women and men all over the world.
So who buys Allie's donated ring?
Tangible investments. Our ring donors send our rings directly to tangible investments, and they give us more money for those rings than anyone else ever has.
With Bill's help, Allie is changing the world.
It helps us do what we do best, which is drilling clean water wells in Liberia, Africa.
Tangible investment donor Bill D. Genova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Bill guarantees you'll get more.
Thanks so much, Bill and Tangible Investments, for all you've done for us.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Portions of the following program will be recorded. What you need to know and when you need to know it. You know what you need to do.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. R.I.P. Mayor Reardon. I'm Lee King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The mayor of LA, who helped the city rebound from the riots in '92 and led the city as it recovered from the Northridge earthquake, has died. Rick Reardon served as mayor from 1993 to 2001. During that time, the last Republican to hold the office of mayor streamlined the city's permitting process, worked to make it easier for film and TV makers to shoot in the city, and expanded the LAPD. His family says he died yesterday at the age of 92. Filming for the movie Rust restarts today, about a year and a half after the production was paused because a cinematographer was shot and killed on set in New Mexico. Actor Alex Baldwin was holding the gun when it went off, killing Helena Hutchins and hurting the film's director.
So the set won't have any working weapons or ammunition in any form. All of these expected on set.
ABC Station Nathan Prince's Baldwin and the film's armorer have been charged with involuntary manslaughter in Hutchins' death. Both have stated not guilty. A man in Texas has been arrested for allegedly shooting two teenage cheerleaders when one of them mistakenly got into the wrong car outside a supermarket. Heather Ross says she got into what she thought was her car and found a man sitting in the passenger seat. She says she stepped out, got into the right car with her friends, and rolled her window down to apologize. And then he changed up and then he pulled out a gun. And then he started shooting at all of us. Two of the girls in the car were shot yesterday. One's in critical condition. Police say the man has been charged with deadly conduct, a third-degree felony. As people look ahead to summer, a lot of them are planning their next getaway. BBC's Michelle Franson says summer hotspots this year are Rome, London, and Paris. Airlines are scrambling to add more capacity on international routes. Delta said it's added 20% more capacity. Franson says data the most spent on air travel in a single month. This visits up from $9.3 billion in 2019. Expedia says their app has already seen a 25% jump in flight searches for LA, Seattle, and New York City for this summer. Southline weather from KFI, sunny and warmer today, highs in the mid-70s to low 80s. Even warmer Friday with highs in the 80s to low 90s, about the same for Saturday, highs back in the 70s to low 80s Sunday. It's 57 in Anaheim, 55 Redondo Beach, 57 in West Covina, 58 in Virginia. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
Do you have coins, jewelry, or precious metals and are looking to sell for top dollar? Bill D. Genova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by giving his so-called competitors offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that been an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investments and they offered me over $6,000. That store is absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why Bill has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles. That's billions with a B. Right now, demand is through the roof. Bill encourages all his clients to chop the competition and then call him last. You'll be amazed at the difference. Guaranteed. Call now for an absolutely free professional, no-obligation appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. This is Michael Akiva, the managing partner of Jacoby Myers, and the official welcome to LA Dodgers. With decades of experience and a track record of success, Jacoby Myers will protect your rights and make sure you get the compensation you deserve. Trust Jacoby Myers to go to bat for you. We offer free consultations to help you understand your case and the options available to you. Don't strike out with the insurance companies. Call Jacoby Myers today. Jacoby Myers, justice for you since 1972.
tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
Whoa, you've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the smell this one.
Will you tell me how much dumps out my drain?
$99.
If you haven't seen it.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's the kitchen sink or a mainline sewer shopping. The Smell Good Plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesmellgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you're like up front and everything. I just got a guy named Rabbi who wouldn't tell me anything.
No brothers here, ma'am. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclog drains for $99. Call us 1-800-446-HEART. Contact relationship with the iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jay Shetty to the iHeart family. Tune into On Purpose with Jay Shetty, the hit podcast where the former monk shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigates ways to live life today on purpose. Try something new. When was the last time you did something for the first time with your partner? You're used to watching them do the same things, do the same activities. Let's see them do something fresh and new. Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. I got way behind on our bank card right out of high school. The $5,000 limit. Right out of high school? Yeah, I was talking about a month and a half. And the guy called me every morning at 8 o'clock. I said, tomorrow I gotta catch a plane. Can you call me at 7 as a wake-up call? And he said, yeah, I'll do that. The Tim Conrad Jr. Show. He'll be at his job to deal with high live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeart Radio app. KFI live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI AM 640. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Up next, Dan is back with us as we're going to be talking about demonic exorcisms, the occult, and all the strange on Coast to Coast AM. When banks fail, when bonds are devalued, when the stock market is in turmoil, you should glad you own some gold, something you can hold physically in your safe at your house, and now you can also hold it in a retirement account. In fact, if you have an old IRA or 401k that's tied to a risky stock market, you can roll that over without spending an additional penny. So a physical IRA in precious metals and Birch Gold can help. Own the physical gold in a tax-sheltered Fort Coast to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation to educate yourself on how to diversify in this highly volatile market. And you can trust Birch Gold to give you honest advice in protecting your savings with gold. Text COAST to 989898 and find peace of mind in gold. Consumer Cellular is the most trusted wireless brand, and they've been providing superior nationwide coverage for more than 25 years. Switch today and save up to half on your wireless bill. They offer unlimited talk and text with flexible data plans starting at just $20 a month. Their award-winning customer service team makes switching easy. You keep your phone and number, and activation is free. Plus, you can add a family member to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls, because Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the meter. And this is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Also, with Consumer Cellular, you can save up to $250 a year. Go to consumercellular.com/Norrie, and for a limited time, get $25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code NORRIE. That's consumercellular.com/Nori and use promo code Nori for $25 off. And welcome back to Coast. George Nori with you. Dan Eckert back with us. Psychic medium, occultist, expert seance host who loves interesting books on spirit communication, magic, and ritual working, and the ways in which the occult has influenced everyday life. He hosts seances with his wife, Kat, performs psychic readings, enjoys lecturing on all things related to the occult, possible entities, and spirit communication. Website linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Dan, welcome back. How've you been?
George, it's great to hear from you. Thanks so much for having me.
Looking forward to this. How did you get started in dabbling with the occult?
Yeah, well, I grew up in a haunted house, and it seemed like maybe the easiest way or the best way to get some results in dealing with the things that were terrifying me was to learn more about them. And that started in a Reader's Digest book about the great mysteries of the 20th century, which of course, featured Aleister Crowley and the pyramids and spontaneous combustion and and all of those things. And that's what started my journey of thinking, like, well, wait a second, what is this magic that people are talking about? And will this help me with my ghost issue?
I think I read that same Reader's Digest issue, and it was fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it totally captured my imagination.
And you do exorcisms as well. I thought that was just relegated to a Catholic priest.
Yeah, that's a really great question, and that's really the thing that people think of. They think of that 1970s horror movie, The Exorcist, and I think there's a lot of drama in that, certainly. And the Catholic Church has always been one of the louder Christian proponents of exorcism. But there are a great many different traditions that deal with exorcising or removing spirits. And occultism, or the practice of esoteric or occult philosophy, is one of the main bedrocks of where we get our kind of technology that we use for exorcism.
Dan, tell us a little bit about your understanding of possession and what that is and who is the possessor.
Yeah, when we talk about stuff like, you mentioned the Catholic Church, there's a tendency for people to think that possession is purely some kind of satanic entity, or maybe even Satan himself in the Exorcist part of the film. But when we talk about possession, we really look at this from the lens of what are spirits, and what do the spirits that are involved in the possession, are involved in taking up space where they should not be, why are they there? And what specifically are they? Now, there are a great deal of spirit lists that have been accumulated by people studying the occult, or studying demons and angels, and trying to figure out a cosmology of where these things sit, like who's in charge of these beings or entities. But that logic begins to break down even further when we begin to kind of reckon with this idea of an animist framework for magic. The animist framework being that anything kind of has a spirit or an essence about it that has a will. So to break that down and make it, kind of easy to understand, that means that not only could, an angel or a demon or a spirit that we traditionally think of as spirits that might move objects in houses or, frighten people or even possess them, ideas can become those sorts of things. A belief that we have can become oppressive or possessive. I've spoken with many indigenous individuals who practice shamanism who believe that there's a kind of spirit of possession within, modern society of greed, if you will, or something along a more kind of moralistic framework. So that's why when we talk about like an occult perspective on exorcism, what that really is talking about is, well, accurately determining who and what it is we're dealing with, rather than just trying to like rubber stamp it with a one-size-fits-all kind of banishment or exorcism process.
Have you ever been hurt or attacked in your work?
Yeah, people go through this pretty quickly, and I think there is a lot of drama there. But yeah, things have been thrown at me. I've seen things apparate in front of me in the middle distance, coins most commonly. Of course, I've been threatened.
by individuals, or individuals who are involved in the exorcism as the people afflicted by that spirit or entity. But I've also been physically pushed, never strapped, fortunately, but my wife has been talked when we were doing an exorcism in a building that's pretty close to us. We were actually covered and made the front page of the paper for it. She actually was tossed, like someone picked her up and like gently, well, knocked out and picked her up and threw her back from a room she was trying to enter. She did not land on her feet, but still it was one of those moments of, oh, there's something real here and physical here that's
do you ever take like butter and put it in coffee? Have you ever tried that combination?
Yeah, and honestly, this kind of exploration into the world of seances, the world of spirit, ultimately led her to take a step back from doing exorcism in particular, because we'll call it the emotional drain of the work, which still practices magic and, leaves retreats and teaches with me. The exorcism thing is something she tends to stay away from, and I don't blame her. It is,
well, Russell Crowe, the actor who we know, is got a movie coming out called The First Exorcist, where he plays the part of a real exorcist, the late Dr. Gabriel Amor, father-in-law, who claimed to have to have performed, get this, 50,000 exorcisms. Is that conceivable?
I mean, I always raise my eyebrows when I see anything kind of associated with a Hollywood film production, because they do have to prioritize drama. That seems a little high to me, but I also know that if that is your main job, if that is the main thing that you are doing, of course it's going to take up all of your attention, and of course you're going to get all those cases. I mean, let's just face facts here. The Catholic Church has not been as aggressive in their pursuit of exorcism as the United States and Europe have modernized, as modernity has kind of taken, God forbid, a person becomes, something that feels too much like superstition. And so we try and push it out of our minds and say that can't happen.
Even if he did it over 30 years, we're talking about 1,500 plus exorcisms a month. That's got to be exhausting.
And I wonder, too, how they're counting those spirits. So, an exorcism process can take place. You can do an exorcism in a building or for a person, and there might be more than one entity attached to that space or attached to that person. I mean, to use that kind of animist perspective we talked about a little bit earlier, consider, if someone, if the indigenous peoples are correct, and we are possessed by a spirit of greed. Well, what other things come with greed? Well, avarice, sometimes lying, these things. And there are certain entities that rule over those particular, actions that people take. So dividing whether or not this is truly a spirit versus, just the actions of a person versus the actions of many spirits or entities, that's really where, having an occult framework, I think, allows you to be a little bit more precise in the operations you're trying to perform.
If we were to give you one title with what you do, what title would you prefer to be called under?
I prefer occultist because it covers a vast variety of my research and the work that I do. As a spirit medium, certainly I connect with people, departed loved ones, but then also I do ritual working for clients, or I do ritual working for my own purpose that might feed in manifestation or higher self-knowledge. Exorcism, alchemy, these things all practically trade amongst each other. So it's kind of occultist I feel is general enough to kind of give me latitude, while specific enough in letting people know, I am coming at this from a perspective that is other than, one of the mainstream top-tier big religions.
Well, with Dan Eckert, we're talking about occultism. Why is it that the word occult seems dark and dangerous and scary and evil to so many people?
Well, first, here we are talking about exorcism, and even though I'd like to think I'm one of the good guys, quote unquote, helping people, it still is scary. And, the vast amount of people we've helped in performing exorcisms
one will ever believe that. And that's kind of an alienating factor. I don't think people are prepared to engage with this type of work until when they hear the term occultic, they think of all the dark things associated with it. And I think sometimes they confuse that term with the term cult. A cult of, UFO, murder, suicide, or something like you've read about in too many countless papers, or, small religious sects gone awry. Those kinds of cults, I think, reflect on the term occult, which simply means hidden. But not everyone knows that.
With exorcism, do you invoke the name Jesus to get rid of the demon?
It depends on the spirit. Some entities, some demons have a direct relationship with a kind of Christian pantheon. Others seem to come from outside of that. To use the Bible as an example, we're told in the book of Kings how Solomon allegedly erected the temple, and he does so by binding and commanding demons. Now, they're not listed in the Bible, but the Bible specifically references a book called the Acts of Solomon, which is all about where Solomon found his demons. And those demons, the Acts of Solomon reveal, actually come from an entirely separate kingdom, the kingdom of Babylon. So the idea of certain spirits having certain home ecosystems, where some entities are more effective than others, is a primary tenet of the kind of occult view of exorcism. So yes, Jesus is a powerful name to use, but so is Ebebaloi, which means away, all you profane in Greek.
Now, how do you prepare for an exorcism, and the person who's possessed, how do they come to you for help?
Yeah, so often we get referrals after people have been kind of exhausting every other outlook. So by the time, and this comes up a lot when we talk about, what is an exorcism, and I think, as we've discussed on this call, sometimes people feel like either it's superstition or it's something that's exclusively Catholic. But no matter what's happening there, most people feel very alone, they feel very isolated, and they feel as though no one's really taking them seriously. And so they pursue the standard channel of friends, sometimes historians, if they live in a historic area and are experiencing haunted phenomena or haunting. They will explore often psychologists, because people do worry that they're losing connection with what we would consider to be sane. And so by the time they end up with us, it's often been a referral through either, I would call them spiritually aware therapists, who maybe have a view outside of just like traditional, we can recommend this therapeutic technique. And then also parapsychological organizations. So, ghost hunters who maybe go into a space expecting a really exciting investigation come out with more than they bargained for, and that's when we show up.
Dan, what do you use in an exorcism? Do you have a Bible with you, any special tools or instruments?
I like to, I take it all. I'll tell you, the biggest tool that we tend to use is a pendulum, because pendulums allow for some degree of communication with what is around us and the spirits of the space, but it's also very safe. Unlike something like a Ouija board or channeling, where you open a pathway of communication that feels more two-sided, the pendulum is more one-sided. All that happens is the pendulum moves. So we use that sometimes to diagnose who is most afflicted by this phenomena, where the phenomenon resides, trying to get yes or no names so we can apply the spirit to a list. So of course I'll be bringing my grimoires with me, often the Lesser Key of Solomon.
Have people seen those videos of sometimes children, but usually like teens or young adults, perhaps even older adults, where they have epileptic seizures, and instantly after they start smoking some kind of cannabis, it's like they're calm. Has anyone seen those?
It becomes, it's more than just carrying a crucifix in a bag, although I keep my crucifix with me.
You don't splash holy water on the subject?
No, I don't use holy water. Holy water or any pure kinds of water can be very useful. I tend to like using Florida water, which is a wash that evolved out of like a hoodoo tradition. It's named actually after the fountain of youth that supposedly exists within Florida. But it's always been used as a good vanishing agent, so I'll use that. Also candles and statuary reliquaries from any kind of saint or shrine. And I have quite a few relics that I'll use, especially if we come up against a spirit that's identifying as exclusively Christian or within that faith. And then things like pieces of iron coffin nails, glass bottles, which we can use to find your spirit or create a spirit trap.
Was the fountain of youth water found by Ponce de Leon?
Allegedly, yeah, it is. I have not seen signs of the fountain of youth in Florida, but I will say Florida's a strange place, so it wouldn't surprise me.
He did go looking for it, that's for sure.
He did.
How long does an exorcism normally last?
Yeah, well, it depends on the number of spirits involved, and it depends if we need to get anything else. So, for example, if there's a spirit that fits very well within certain astrological timings and conditions, we might want to wait until the moon is in a certain phase, or we might want a certain seal or sigil or spirit trap that will require astrological timing, like a Hecate spirit trap will generally need to be fired or created on a new moon. So we do have that timing restriction sometimes to think about. But in terms of showing up to the space and working through it, it can generally take quite a long time. 3 to 4 hours seems to be the normal amount of time for an exorcism. Not only do you have to tend to the people who are involved, also the space and the spirits. And then there's a great deal of after counseling or just checking in with these people after they go through something like that.
Now, you're not a doctor, Dan, but how do you know whether you should refer somebody to a psychiatrist as opposed to just to the exorcist?
Absolutely, and I'm so glad you brought that up, George, because, yeah, Kat and I, we are not doctors, we are not professional medical figures in any way. However, most of the individuals that we work with have already come through a vetted network of trauma-informed therapists or psychologists, so by the time they've arrived with us, they have a kind of case history that they're willing to share. If someone comes to us, though, and is saying that they have a troublesome spirit or they feel like someone around them might be possessed, we do refer them immediately to someone who's in our network with therapy and psychology to be sure that there is nothing mundane happening that could be explained away or treated more effectively than exorcism. However, I will make it clear that we tend to, in modern society, view exorcism and mental illness as explanatory of each other. So if someone is claimed to be possessed or that they're haunted, they're just really, they need their medication upped or something. They need to up the dose. And when we look at the literature or the history of this work, there does seem to be not a causal relationship, but certainly these two things exist together. And that's been something that has come up in the work in the past. That just because someone might exhibit a mental situation that can be diagnosed accurately and treated accurately does not also mean that they could not be having paranormal phenomena or spirit phenomena as well.
Do sometimes these people come in screaming and yelling at you?
The people who are doing the screaming and yelling are often the ones that are most afraid of what's happening, and their biggest fear is always, you're going to make this worse. And that's generally because everything that they've tried up until this point has made it worse. I.e., they have a friend who's into ghost hunting. He tells them to, break out the Ouija board and see if it has a name. Or they have some friends who are just making fun of them for it, so they try to ignore it, and they just press it down and, try not to acknowledge it while secretly dreading it all the time. So generally, when someone approaches us, they've really whipped up because they are anxious, they are feeling afraid. Pat and I are generally very, very good at calming them down and explaining clearly what it is we're doing.
That's important.
That's important on your floor to summon Lucifer. We're actually very, very methodically going through a list of solutions
Again, we're going to take a break. We'll come back and chat more with you in a moment.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 9 people have been arrested in an illegal gambling crackdown in Pomona. Police say major crimes task force also seized 55 gaming machines, stacks of cash and drugs. A bomb squad officer has been suspended for 10 days.
Does anyone have any experience with safety and tax reform?
17 homes in South LA. Police say that
How does
officer
it
and 5
affect you?
others failed to calculate the explosive power of the illegal fireworks they were trying to destroy. 3 officers have been accused of misconduct and 2 others received corrective action. And Facebook is settling a data privacy suit in the U.S. with $725 million up for grabs. Have until August 25th to submit a claim. South I weather
It's a question of what are all the experiences that you've had with them?
Right now it's 55 in Seal Beach. Anaheim has 57, 52 for Rancho Cucamonga, and 56 degrees in Long Beach. We do local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Huntington Beach, there is a full freeway closure. And in Ontario, this is on the 16th westbound at Archibald. We're getting reports of debris in the right lanes there. That the CHP is going to be running break, so watch for delays as you approach. Colton, there is a work zone to 50 southbound from the Bend to Washington. 3 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work. KFI, the sky hopes to get you there faster at Brian Van. A life storage system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine and other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. The life storage system is maintenance-free, no filters to change, no salt.
Do they find that it has a stimulative effect?
You forget it. Own a life source water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends April 30th. Call 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696. Visit lifesourcewater.com. iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jay Shetty to the iHeart family.
That's very interesting. I'm just surprised that isn't used or at least talked about more often. So you can essentially get high with a pill in the exact same way that you do with a similar way. And they function very well. Would you say, is that correct?
Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcast. If you own a small business you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of
At least there may be some kind of crossover. If we're ever going to see any crossover between Big Pharma and the cannabis world, I could see it in some kind of pill form. I don't know if it'll ever happen. Like you were saying, likely we're not going to see it, and I can absolutely see that as well. But if it ever happens, I think it would happen in a pill.
Nonprofit, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the student loan payroll tax refund program, and they've already...
Did you have to, I imagine it's a prescription and like a Schedule 1 as well?
My business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Your topic ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. Yesterday, all my troubles were so far away. God looked the way that He would stay. Oh, I believe in yesterday. I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me.
Why have you go? I don't know. I why have you go? I don't know. Something wrong now, I know. Oh, yes.
You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, live from somewhere deep below the earth on Premier Network. We'll take your calls next hour with Dan Eckert as we talk about the occult, so make sure you're part of the program. If you like numbers, paranormalbase.com, 726 people shy of 160,000 members at paranormalbase.com. And if you're looking for someone a bit more mature, you got you covered both ways. So paranormalbase.com. Now, I've for everybody. If you want someone 60 plus who thinks like you do, you want to meet them, just go to paranormalbase.com/seniors, and there you will find them 60 plus. So check it out, paranormalbase.com and paranormalbase.com/seniors. And of course, here's something for you to build up your immune.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Malay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and creating the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of any stem and adaptogen together, supporting the body to be effective.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking a Dr. Stem and stem?
Many stems do have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put a Dr. Stem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay attacks your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with a Dr. Stem and E stem
In the meantime, please go ahead and see what is the future of
available
cannabis?
at HealthyLooking.com.
Like, what do you think? What kind of new technologies are there? Different aspects. What would you say?
563-30. Store your Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Have you ever wondered if we're alone in the vastness of our universe? Marvelous Entertainment has released the newest in science fiction that specifically deals with this question. Our friend Marvin Sunderland is a certified film director, science fiction genius, Army veteran, thank you, sir, web developer, and of course the author behind the series of sci-fi novels that includes a 7-novel masterpiece bringing out the simply best of your imagination. Journey with his book starred Sergeant Waggett in search of a crashed alien spaceship that leads into an alien invasion. So brace yourself with this war underway all over the place. Sergeant Waggett promises to take your imagination to simply marvelous heights. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels they come up with by entering coupon code Coast to Coast on lowercase at marvelous.com. That's marvelous.com. MARVALVOUS.com.
Real people, real stories.
I have bruising that's all over my arm. 3 weeks after I put on the carnivore, I
Do you
noticed
think we'll ever be able to buy, like, cultivated labs that were worth of 7-Eleven.
I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be a Colorado. I've got a Labrador. She can hardly lift herself up off the floor. I won't tell you what's been there.
So you're similar, I mean like THC cartridge, where it wouldn't be necessarily at a dispensary, where you could just buy it if you're 18, just like cigarettes.
3 weeks, you can tell. He's very alert. Into the protocol, he's doing like you have it. He's on a 5-mile walk.
Wow, I wasn't aware that that was a thing. Mathematics, is that something that we don't have here in California?
866-836-8735. So visit carnivore.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Zoe back with Dan Eckert as we're talking about the occult. Dan, there's a movie out called The Serious about a prisoner possessed by a demon. I don't know if you've seen that or not yet.
I have not watched the film yet, but I am aware that it's coming out.
What do you think of Hollywood?
Why did they make Delta 8
a little bit about that with Russell Crowe's movie coming out?
Yeah, I think it's always going to be a subject of fascination for Hollywood because it's ultimately a great story. And that's kind of one of the things that we need to reinvestigate when we talk about dealing with spirits or dealing with possession directly, which is what are the morality of these things? And is it always very clear-cut good guy versus bad guy kind of situation? Sometimes I wonder about that. Sometimes I wonder if the entities or spirits that we encounter might not necessarily mean us ill will because they're evil and twirling their mustaches, but because they view us as plants or insects that they just, we seem insignificant to them. That's bad news for us. But fortunately, there's some other spirits and methods and entities and deities that we do seem to matter more to, depending on who you're at. So when I think Hollywood talks about the paranormal, it views it as a plot device, it views it as something that can be used to thrill and to scare, and I love all of those things. I love a good horror movie. But I don't think it does a good job of educating the public as to what to expect. And a great example of that would be one of the most recent Conjuring films, where the villains of that film, Conjuring 3, were explicitly occultists. Which tracks well for the Warrens, who are very traditionalist Catholic, but I think an unfair representation of what occultists are actually up to.
And Dan, when people are being exorcised, do they have a belief system themselves, or does that matter?
I do think belief system matters. I really do, because most of the individuals we see who are very clearly having profound paranormal experiences in their home. I'm talking voices coming from appliances and apples materializing in thin air and it raining over your bed at night while you're trying to sleep, or your food being thrown across the room as soon as you shut the table. A firm kind of concept of a belief system in the paranormal, other than this is happening to me and it's terrifying and I want it to stop. People who are heavily invested in their beliefs, and what we see is, and this is just based off of our anecdotal, experiences, but it doesn't seem to matter if you're Jewish or Christian or Islamic. If you have a very firmly rooted belief system and a great deal of faith in your belief system, that seems to almost inoculate individuals against spirit possession or demonic possession of their homes. It's generally when we have people who kind of just don't really have a connection of themselves with the beyond or with the divine, but seem most open to oppressive activity.
Do family members come in with the possession?
Yeah, actually we do, and not always living family members. One of the most recent experiences we had, there was an entity pretending to be a spirit of a departed loved one. There was a great deal of trauma wrapped around this as well, and this was leaving, starting fires in their house. They would come down and find the name of their departed loved one scrawled on a piece of paper, and the paper they'd throw out, in the trash can, and later they'd come into their kitchen to
smoke coming out of the trash can. Something that sounds like a Hollywood movie. Of course, when it happens in real life, it's terrifying. Um, that spirit was specifically targeting this family due to the trauma involved, and using that name as a way to further, extract a powerful emotional reaction. After that spirit was exercised, the actual spirit of the departed loved one came through very clearly, and then kind of was brought into taking up residence in that house. And when I say that, I mean less so like, okay, we just changed out one ghost for another, but that the presence of that departed loved one almost acts as a guide for the family who has been through that, oppressive, haunting, demonic possession experience.
It is fascinating how this occurs.
It really is, because, when we talk about occultism and magic, we often say that magic is a science and an art. And it's kind of tongue-in-cheek to say that it's a science, because we do testing, like we do record all of the results that we have, and these grimoires are passed down for hundreds of years, often under the threat of death, because they do seem to extract results. They do seem to make things happen. Spirit contact comes up. However, it still doesn't make it not weird.
Are they profitable?
Any less apparently crazy to be talking about, Assyrian entities living in someone's house in Maine. Well, that kind of thing happens. The universe is a small place.
Well, it sure does. Why do some people get possessed and other people don't?
I think for one, it is a belief system. I think if you have a strong faith-oriented cosmovision or belief system, you have a sense of connection to the divine, and connection to a spirit world, even if you don't give it that terminology per se. So, for example, I'm Pennsylvania Dutch. My family does not identify as witches or occultists or anything like that. They identify as normal, everyday American Christian people. However, due to that Pennsylvania Dutch folk tradition, there are a lot of magical practices that they do without even knowing. My parents had a hex sign on their house, which they bought because, family tradition. But the meaning of a hex sign is actually, some of the hex signs is spirit protection, exclusively protection against malevolent, unseen forces. So I think that's important, having a connection to the spirit world, a connection to your ancestors. But secondly, I think people I think people are more at risk for possession or for a demonic encounter when they're out of what I would call right relationship with the field that surrounds them. So oftentimes when we talk about oppressive entities, we see profound alienation, like the spirit or the entity seems to drive people away from connection with others. It makes them feel outside of their community. It makes them feel totally alone. And that's important because they spend more time stressing about that spirit. And that doesn't seem to happen if there isn't already some kind of inciting incident, i.e. some tremendous amount of feeling of guilt. Fair or unfair, deserved or undeserved, but feelings of guilt, feelings of self-abuse, substance addiction, self-harm. These are things that can go sometimes hand in hand with mental illness and sometimes hand in hand with spirit possession. Why are we treating ourselves badly,
I definitely understand that. I essentially have the same feeling. The fact that it's more valuable within computers in the future, it has a higher melting point. But I think gold has major possibilities in the future as well, specifically when it comes to an electronic or technology standpoint, because it's needed in those parts. What are your thoughts?
Something that is impossible to ignore. And we already talked about the psychology and therapy component. We go to their house to do the actual exorcism because we want to give them more control over their immediate space. By the time people are experiencing full-blown possession, so things flying around the room, terrifying experiences in the middle of the night, loss of control over themselves and their surroundings, we want to reify that their home is a space that they have control over. So the very first component is the exorcism, which could take 3 or 4 hours, depending on what needs to be performed. And then we spend at least an hour together talking through actions they can take in their immediate space to feel safe, to feel secure, and to start acting as if they own the space and they own themselves instead of being owned.
Is the house ever haunted?
I think these things overlap pretty heavily. Sometimes the house is definitely haunted, and the haunting is the possession, so it feels almost as if the home is possessed. This is a situation where you would see individuals leaving the home and the activity would not follow them. That was the kind of haunting I grew up with as a kid. I could leave my house and I wouldn't have any kind of weird experiences. Nothing would be out of the ordinary. It was geographically confined to my home. Left to escalate, and the individuals involved don't get the help they need from anyone, not just us, but from anyone. That can then begin to move from the home itself to the actual person. And that's where you see the kind of things that look more like a Conjuring movie, more like an Exorcist movie, and less like just a haunted house.
Are the people possessed 24/7, Dan?
I think it depends what we mean by possession. To be possessed is to be controlled by or under the control of an entity. And that entity might let you do things or experience things that either provide it with more energy or power, so that's generally making you terrified. But when that entity feels attached or when that entity feels like it's going to be displaced, that's generally when we see the most kind of immediate exertion of control over the individual who is quote-unquote possessed. That's when you see the kind of like facial changes, voice changes,
whatever anybody else thinks of it.
General blasphemy and heresy. That's when you see those things come out. And that's only really once we've kind of pressed that spirit or entity into a corner.
Has anybody ever died from being possessed?
There are accounts of that, especially accounts of that in, I'll call them Southern Hemisphere kind of Catholic traditions. And that's not to like pin that on the Catholic Church writ large. That's just I think a feature of the type of spirit invocation that's done in those geographic areas. However, it is extremely, extremely rare. And I would say for a modern kind of exorcism that's done under the oversight of multiple...
You know what's up. So, essentially when it comes to resources, I think what you said were exactly right. I think actually the number one resource on Earth is data, number 2 is air, number 3 is water, number 4 food, essentially what food can use to survive. I don't know if you're familiar, but I have an interesting project. I stream my life live on 6 different cameras and have for 2 years. What are your thoughts? And you're a smart person. I'd love to hear your opinion on this. If you've ever seen the Truman Show, I'm a real-life Truman Show, but I'm really betting on this being a complete time capsule of what life is currently. So I do my best to capture all of it. What are your thoughts on data being the number one resource on Earth?
Fascinating work, isn't it?
It really is. I know I've said that before, but just as I sit here and talk to you, George, I think, man, Dan, you sound like a nut. You've made this your whole life, and you sound like a crazy person. But I can't also deny what I've seen with my own eyes. I can't also deny the experiences that I've had and that others have had. And that's a big reason why I wanted to come out and talk with you today, is just to kind of get into the weeds on, okay, but the exorcism has to look like this terrifying thing that we built them up to be in TV and cinema, but also, do they have a place in 2023? Like, should anyone still be doing these things? And I think the answer to that is obviously yes.
Absolutely. Have you ever consulted with a Catholic priest?
And I think
I agree. I think that there's a lot of value in that, and that's why I started streaming a lot. It's one of many reasons. Do you think that human data will be valuable in the future?
Aspects of the church that are interested in modernization and kind of dismissing the superstition and hokum, you don't get a lot of official confirmation or official conversation with places like the Vatican, certainly not the Holy See, or even like the national arm of that establishment. However, I've spoken to many priests who privately have been involved in the work or also are strongly convinced that it's an important thing that the church has, I won't say abandoned, but certainly isn't giving enough.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Stephen, you're a very smart person. I'm glad you're here. When it comes to data in the future, essentially, do you think there's a lot in the idea of a live stream where AI can basically use human data in order to create foundational databases?
Within the Catholic tradition, any of the Catholic priests could be and have the authority to perform an exorcism. Now, granted, the institution makes sure that there's a lot more double checking, and I can understand that. I think it's important to have those checks and balances. But there's a great number of priests who are interested in this work. There's just not a great number of official channels for them to work through.
Have you ever turned down someone coming to you for help?
All the time. And that's not a mean thing. That's not like, oh, I just don't want to work with you, or oh, I'm so busy. It's a question of, are we the right fit for you?
I mean, can you help them? That kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly. For some people, we are exactly the type of, the type of person who can understand what their belief system is and work with them on this project and understand that something like this will take some time. And I can make it clear we don't charge for this. Like, this is a service that we provide. However, there are some people that either due to their faith background that we just don't have a good understanding of, or a spiritual tradition that we have no business really being a part of. So I would say, like, voodoo is something that I'm not initiated into it. I have a rudimentary understanding of it, but a voodoo priestess or a voodoo priest would be a far better person to do that job than me. And sometimes we do screen and say, you know what, we're not feeling that this has anything to do with the spirit phenomena. This is not a demon.
That's a good point. Dan, we're going to come back and take calls with you next hour.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe you've inherited a home, and now what do you do? Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean, and paint, and repair. Buyers are going to walk through. The house has to be pristine. And if you don't live there, you don't need any of that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Max, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com.
Marvin Window and Door Dealers make it easy to provide quality windows and doors that fit your clients. Continually serving the trade professional community, we are your trusted partner from the beginning to the end of every project. We pay close attention to every detail of your client's home, and everyone you partner with should as well. Marvin Windows and Doors are handcrafted and perfected, bringing in quality and sophistication to every phase. The attention to detail on everything they do means your attention to detail can be applied elsewhere, making space for everything that matters most to your clients. Marvin dealers are here to help with your Marvin Window and Door project. They make it easy to find the best solution with Marvin Windows and Doors to meet every need. Visit replacementmadeeasy.com today to find your trusted Marvin dealer. That's replacement.
Legal NFT. You are very well informed. It sounds like you got the life. You're basically almost off grid. Have you ever thought of going off grid?
AFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. We're not too soon. smart speakers. We're in a couple of smart ears as well. You know what to do.
On the iHeartRadio app. Prison for Homeland Security worker. I'm Bree Bennett in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A former Homeland Security worker is getting prison time for molesting 2 girls in SoCal. Terry Edwards Keegan has been sentenced to 8 years in prison for abusing the children in Irvine. He also has to register as a sex offender for 2 decades. The 6-year-old was convicted last month. The Supreme Court is extending access to an abortion pill at least until Friday. Earlier this month, a Texas federal judge ruled production and distribution of the widely used drug halted nationwide. Last week, the Supreme Court put the judge's ruling on hold as they decide whether to allow full access to the drug while the case is appealed. Once again, air gets a bad rap in California.
Absolutely. It sounds like you got the best of both worlds. I mean, you're definitely preparing, and there's a lot of positive in that, but also you're connected to the real world, and so you still have a good pulse of what's going on. But if you ever need to, you're basically very prepared. Good for you, and good for your foresight.
San Diego ranked number 8 on the list of worst in the nation. If you want cleaner air, Albany is connected in New York with the freshest air in the nation. UC Davis is releasing 5 new varieties of strawberries that are resistant to a soil-borne disease. They're the first to be released from their strawberry breeding program. City of Indio has slapped a $117,000 fine on the Coachella Music Festival for violating curfew. Their contracts say the music has to stop at midnight. They ran about 20 minutes over. It was Frank Ocean's that ran late, and he has announced he will not take the stage for weekend 2. The singer-songwriter reversed he hurt his leg at Coachella 1. And the Dodgers lost to the Mets 5-3. Southbound weather from KFI. Mostly sunny skies coming today. Highs in the low to mid 80s.
Are a lot of your neighbors the same way?
56 for La Mirada, and it's 53 degrees in Woodland Hills. Blue Wave Local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Bennett.
In Costa Mesa, there's a full freeway closure, 405 southbound from Fairview to the 73. All ranges shut down for road work until 5. Echo Park, we have 15. Earlier cracks on the 101 northbound Avenue has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. San Dimas, there is a work zone. This is on the 210 westbound from Foothills to San Dimas Avenue. 3 left lanes here. Shut down for road work. You're seeing slowly throughout that area. Say hi to Sky Hope City there faster. I'm Brian Van. This is Michael Akiba, the managing partner of Jacoby & Myers, and the official law firm of the LA Dodgers. With decades of experience and a track record of success, Jacoby & Myers will protect your rights.
Is that what you call it, super top?
Trust Jacoby & Myers to go to bat for you. We offer free consultations to help you understand your case and the options available to you. Don't strike out with the insurance company. Call Jacoby & Myers today. Jacoby & Myers, justice for you since 1972. iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jay Shetty to the iHeart family. Tune into On Circuit for Jay Shetty, the hit podcast where the former mom shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigates ways to live life today on purpose.
Like them in the news, when was the last time you did something for the first time with your partner? We're used to watching them do the same things, do the same activities. Let's see them do something fresh and new.
Wherever you get your podcast. Baseball is back with new rules. My one-year-old is holding up the sideline sports bar with a broom in my room. Now the top reason to this is a
It's time for baseball. It's time for you to rally up at Sideline Sports Bar Show.
Number 2.
Ron Snyder, March May 26th.
And the number 1 reason.
Yeah, at your point, I really work hard. The 24th or 25th.
Rolando, good time. Going to business brings pressure. It's not easy to maintain momentum and still keep employees engaged. Fortunately, there's Experience. The scalable HR solution helped me with hiring, training, HR administration, and compliance while giving my employees competitive benefit options. When my people are able to thrive, my business can adapt and prosper. With Experience, nothing seems impossible. Experience, HR that makes the difference. Graduation season is coming. Whether high school or college, one of the best ways you can congratulate your graduates is to start their watch collection. And the perfect gift, you can go to Bob's Watches. Bob'sWatches.com is one of the biggest inventories of pre-owned luxury watches. All the watches are certified authentic. You can trade or sell your luxury watches with them too.
It's a good time to invest in a Rolex as prices have recently softened. Shop online. Open your web browser, Google the keywords Bob's watches, and my name is Bill Handel. You'll be directed to a list of
Do you
curated
have
watches.
a lot or any experience with hydroponics? And if so, what tell us about it?
I just got my Rolex from Bob's watches. The customer service can't be beat. They helped me pick that perfect Rolex for the budget I had in mind, and I got it the next day. So Google the keywords Bob's watches and Bill Handle for that perfect gift. Bob watches and Bill Handle on Google. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. They're telling their history doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Gun and gun. They don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live on the
I would like the time for Cocoa Bags and you guys like to see that kind of thing.
AM 640. To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. And welcome back to Coast. This hour with Dan Eckert, the occultist. We're going to take your phone calls on Coast to Coast AM. Let's talk for a moment about Super Beat cartoons. They taste fantastic, and I got to tell you, it's important to take care of yourself. You do everything you can to get, for example, your blood pressure in check, like exercising and eating right. Well, now you have Super Beat cartoons on your side as well. Here with a healthy lifestyle, Super Beat cartoons with the polyphenol compound, nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. This is great. And means more energy, circulation, and blood pressure support that is easy and convenient for you. I take my heart cheese in the morning and they taste fantastic. And this is important. In a leading clinical study, Super Beat heart cheese with the polyphenol compound shown to be nearly 2 times as effective at promoting normal blood pressure as a healthy lifestyle all by itself. To double your potential with Super Beat heart cheese and support nitric oxide production, healthy blood pressure, blood flow, and healthy heart energy, plus they're plant-based and gluten-free. So go to getsuperbeats.com to find out how you can get a free 30-day supply of heart cheese, plus free shipping with your first order. Use discount code George and get that extra 15% off. That's getsuperbeats.com, GEECS, code George. Consumer Cellular is the most trusted wireless brand, and they've been providing superior nationwide coverage for more than 25 years. Switch today and save up to half on your wireless bill. They offer unlimited talk and text with flexible data plans starting at just $20 a month. Their award-winning customer service team makes switching easy. You keep your phone and number, and activation is free. Plus, you can add a family member to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls, because Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carrier, with coverage to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by the 100% risk-free guarantee. Also, with Consumer Cellular, you can save up to $250 a year. Go to consumercellular.com/Nori, and for a limited time, get $25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code NORI. That's consumercellular.com/Nori, and use promo code NORI for $25 off. And welcome back to Coast George Nori with the occultist Dan Eckerton's website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Do you take emails through your website, Dan?
Yes, it is.
Super. And any kind of question from one of your prospective clients?
Yeah, absolutely. You can totally send us any kind of questions that you have. We do our best to respond to all the email we get, but as you can imagine, sometimes that becomes a little overwhelming. We'll get back to you. It's not because we single-handedly ignored your request. It just takes us a long time to get through all those emails.
What are some of the signs of possession?
Yeah, that's a really great question, because I think sometimes we tend to err on dismissing all the bad things that happen to us as either bad luck, or we go the other direction and just, stub our toe and suddenly are worried that we might be possessed or have a demonic entity in our space. But what you're looking for in terms of bad dealing with possession is some level of physical phenomena. So some level of noises from within the house, banging on walls, objects being moved, objects not being where they're supposed to be. I would generally say that this would have to escalate to a point where it feels hostile for it to truly fall under a possession bracket, insofar as a possession that needs to be exorcised or removed. What people self-diagnose their luck as. Because when you're dealing with a possession, from an occult perspective, it is not unsimilar to dealing with a curse. And when you are cursed, or when someone has been hexed, from this kind of framework, we expect to see really bad luck. Like everything that's going wrong, everything that could go wrong is going wrong.
Constantly, right?
Yeah, just constant. And generally for more than a period of like a month. Myself, we generally only get involved in exorcisms after they've reached about 6 months of trying to find some kind of help elsewhere. That to give you an idea about the time frame for how long these things are going on.
Would you prefer that somebody finds like a priest to do it?
All right, you made your day. That's cool.
I think it matters most to the person who is receiving that sort of work, that sort of divine intervention. If they feel, due to their faith system or the system that they work within, that a priest is the best bet or the best possible resource, by all means, I want them to use that. I really love being able to help people when we do this. However, I also sometimes wish that they wouldn't reach out to us as a cultist, specifically because of the baggage that most people bring to that. Like they are concerned about witchcraft, or they're concerned about bad things, as we mentioned in the first hour of this stuff. So by the time they reach me, it's generally pretty severe, and it isn't generally more to some other faith tradition where they could call a rabbi or a priest or an imam.
For the phones, let's start with John in Toledo, Ohio, east of the Rockies. Welcome to the program. Hi, John.
Hello.
Yeah, Howard, that's not going to happen. But Howard, do you have marijuana in China?
I've got a couple of questions about cell workers. Mm-hmm. How important is moon void, of course, and Mercury retrograde?
Howard, have you ever tried cannabis?
What a perfect question for right now, as we're approaching another Mercury retrograde.
You get into that then?
Yeah, I think astrological timings are really important when we talk about occult work. Going all the way back to the Picatrix, which is one of the oldest kind of talismanic astrologically based magic, obviously astrology plays a huge role in that. When we look at spirit invocations and vanishings, there are certain days that are far more effective than other days, and that depends on the astrological chart of the person performing the exorcism, as well as the what planets are currently in what positions and what they rule over. So when we talk about something like Mercury retrograde, which has a lot to do with communication and contracts in an astrological framework, but also has to do with messengers and messenger entities. Thinking here, Hermes is the messenger god of ancient Greece. Mercury, Wednesday, these are all signs that kind of align around each other. So it depends on the entity specifically, and there are things that we can do to mitigate that. So you did also mention the moon working, like positions of the moon as well. We generally look to maximize our effectiveness by maximizing the amount of, or I should put it this way, we look to maximize how close we can get to the correct astrological timing. So if Mercury retrograde is happening, which is what we're coming into,
Hey man, maybe you're gender fluid.
I will be doing a lot of work specifically with Hermes, the deity, because he's so closely tied with Mercury and messaging. I want to do everything I can to increase my connection to him to blunt the effect of the space weather. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. When you walk into a space of someone's possessed, can you feel something stand from the get-go?
I always do, mostly because I do a lot of spirit invocation for both my job and for fun and profit. And so when you talk about like walking into a space, I generally feel very attuned to the types of presences that are there. Now, I rarely am able to just dial in on a specific entity and say, of course, it's, it's X entity, it's Boone, or it's Deliel. That's something that has to be deduced with a pendulum, with scrying,
that's cool. What do you
with
eat?
channeling, and that's something Kat and I do. But this overwhelming sense of oppression that comes with a possession is unmistakable to someone who deals with those entities or has experimented with this type of work.
Let's go next to Greg on the wild card line from Hollywood, California. Hey, Greg, good morning.
This motherfucker's like, oh yeah, I'm from Wuhan.
Could you mention is he a practicing psychic or medium, or
he does it all, but he's truly an occultist?
Because I wondered if he was able to see any highlights coming up for me in his future. I've been doing not so bad spiritual-wise. On one hand, I'm seeing the signs of the 111s and the 322 numbers, which tell you that you're on the right path. That's what you're doing, but nothing's really materializing. Moving forward. Yeah. So I think if you put a little bit of insight into that, those synchronistic numbers, they can tell us that we're on the right path.
Definitely.
But I also want to think
no one's asking you anything that you don't want to. We've asked you a very clear question, and if you're not able to answer it, I don't know if this is necessarily a discussion for you. What do you eat in China? Do you drink water, and what do you eat?
Those are the kind of clues we want to look for, as
Okay.
opposed to a general.
What food do you eat?
We're on the right path, but we don't really know what that path is, and I think you've spoken to that. As far as for you specifically, the first thing I'm seeing is that inner strength is going to be the most important thing in the near term. The issues that you're approaching, you won't be able to overcome by your traditional means of kind of muscle and freedom. You're not going to be able to solve this problem with determination and hard work. This is going to come from an inner sense of strength. This is going to resolve financially, insofar as there's a benefactor, there's someone who is going to notice the work that you're doing and reward you for it. It's not going to be a huge reward. What I'm seeing is something around what Spirit is showing me is the Six of Pentacles. Pentacle is the coin in the tarot deck. Six is more than half, but not obviously 10. So you're looking at like a mid-size. And lastly, you did mention the spiritual component. I'm doing a lot of hierarchical spiritual work, so I'm soon getting involved with, more closely involved
spiritual community, and specifically focused on the dogma of that community. So the beliefs and practices are what interest me most, more so than just the experience of being part of that tradition.
Do you ever deal with the angelic realm there?
Yeah, that's what I teach on angelic summoning and angelic magic. Angels are one of my favorite things to work with, mostly because we use them so frequently in our exorcism work. Angels and demons can be kind of bound to each other, or you can call one forward to kind of subdue the other. So I've been very, very used to angels, but they are not what people think. Most people think of flappy, fluffy looking, beautiful, angel with two wings and a white robe. And what we find in the grimoire traditions and the Solomonic traditions and the magical traditions is that these things are consciousnesses that are super, super old, like they almost come with the house. And you can even see this in the development of some of like the religious work of the early church, where the early church fathers and thought leaders were trying to figure out what to do with the angels. Like, what are these things? My experience with them has been that they have their own design, and we can kind of come along for the ride, but they're not going to go out of their way to help us unless it aligns with their divine plan.
If you had an audience with the Pope, Dan, what would you tell them about exorcism?
Oh, well, the first thing I'd want to know from the Pope is just, like, what kind of amazing Middle Ages grimoire magic they're sitting on in their archives. I'm sure they have tons of it. When we look historically, the priest class being literate, they were the ones doing most Western magic. They were the ones doing the experimentation with these angelic effects and compiling them.
Howard, you have a doctor or some kind of, how does that work?
Or ancient Israel or ancient kind of Arab nations compiling those lists. So there's some cutting-edge magic being done there that probably still exists in the Vatican vault. But the thing that I most want to stress is that we're in a larger cosmic world than any one system of belief can fully explain and fully integrate. And maybe we should be engaging with some of these components of the church that we put to the side because we're afraid that they look superstitious. So when you look at old kind of Catholic Vatican I era material, there are canticles to the sun and hymns and prayers to spirit or to spirits of a faith. These are all things that I think modernity has kind of done away with, but those spirits haven't gone anywhere. And I almost wonder if they need us to kind of reconnect with them.
When you tell people,
right, from what I recall, how you hear multiple voices. Like you hear a woman sometimes, you hear a man sometimes. Is that correct?
Because people don't know what that name means, or they're afraid that I'm going to tell them something bad. That I'm going to
okay, that's cool. Thank you. I am, so I'm ready for it. But do you sometimes hear a woman in your head and a man in your head?
Or, just by the nature of the work that I've done with angels and demons and magic, that I'm somehow, a purveyor of demonic forces. Which don't surprise them when I pull out a rosary and, a set of crystals and also tarot.
All right. We love you and we love having you as a guest. Feel free to come by anytime. But at least that's not really the topic that we're on, so I'm going to drop you down to just for now. And feel free to come back any other time. And no one's disrespecting you, and we hope that you get all the help that you need, my man. Thank you. I have a question for Diesel. Diesel, oh my God. Oh, yeah, you were a bodybuilder. Did you find that you were much more motivated to bodybuild when you were using cannabis?
And that there's a retaliatory response. Other people have a tendency to continue wars. Every decision or action that you make has a retaliation or a price to pay to the knowledge. So you better make it worth it, whatever, if you decide to do something. But I had some experience with exorcism, but I moved into an apartment and it was like a spiritual Uojima or like Fallujah or something.
I'm with you on that. I'm glad to hear that.
I learned that there's hotspots
it would make
strongholds throughout the city. And if any human makes a deal with these entities, then they get betrayed and disposed of.
definitely in agreement. And I also appreciate the beauty of my own body as I was lifting much more. I would look at the detail of my muscles and such. You find doing the same?
Too dangerous or violent to go there. Have you noticed any correlation between human possession and disease? Wow, what a lot of insightful questions insofar as how magic works. I'm excited that you're asking these things because I think there are things that we can do without spending a lot of time investigating the occult. And I do want to say, a lot of people think, like, and you hear this a lot in both magical books, but also in pop culture, that magic is dangerous. And I do want to stress that it is, but not in the way that you think when you hear that.
I am in agreement. I've been a long distance runner in my life, believe it or not. And I would find that it would help to kill the pain as well and make runs really interesting. And especially like fast frenetic, because when you're doing really monotonous tasks, it can make things super interesting. And also, if you're listening to music or doing something else, it can make that more enjoyable. I would just find it helps to pass the time. Anybody else's thoughts on that?
But that's all kind of superstition and hogwash. Maybe in the wrong hands, Dan, it could be bad. I think in the wrong hands, it could be. I think that the
absolutely.
Wrong
I find a lot of bodybuilders kind of, I don't want to say secretly, but it's one of the secrets that you can have in the gym. You get this keep going, perhaps you're able to stay in the zone much longer than perhaps other people because they're lifting weights is kind of a painful process, and I would find a little bit of cannabis would still a little bit of the pain and also keep you more entertained. And it became fun, and I'd be really motivated to do it. In fact, sometimes when I do it, it makes me want to run. It makes me want to appreciate my body. And I feel like if you've never done it, today is today. It's 420. Happy 420, everybody. It's definitely something that...
That's something any of us can do. And lastly, build a relationship with your ancestors. The best magic, and this is something that Western magic has a really hard time admitting because we don't like necromancy over here in Western magic, but...
That's not the etymology, but the first 420, that's the magic. Please fill us in on the story.
It also really does do a great deal of protection. Absolutely. Dan, we're going to take a short break soon, and what I would like you to relay when we come back after the break is one of the most unusual cases you've had. And I've seen you have many, haven't you? Oh, absolutely. It's some very weird stuff that I think your listeners will like. Tell us about your Instagram account. Yes, we're over on @the.eckhart.
That's how I understood it.
And that is the same for our TikTok account as well, @the.eckhart. Not sure how long that TikTok will still be in existence, but until it's banned, we're going to be posting there, and we post magical advice as well as thought-provoking questions and tips and stories over on our Instagram. Great. And seances, you still continue to do those with cats? Yes, we do. We do seances, and we also do magical retreats in castles throughout the world. Castles in North Carolina, castles in Romania. All right, we'll come back and take final calls with Dan Eckert in just a moment. Right here on Coast to Coast AM, and again, his website is linked out at coasttocoastam.com. Feeling lost? Not close to your radio? Grab your smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio app in the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
I'm Ray Pennis, going to take up KFI 24-hour newsroom. Former LA Mayor Richard Reardon has died. He was 92. He served Los Angeles from 1993 until 2001. The Supreme Court is extending access to an abortion pill at least until Friday. 9 people have been arrested in an illegal gambling crackdown in Pomona. Police say major crime task force also seized 55 gaming machines stacked with cash and drugs. The census showed 90,000 LA County residents left last year. Reports of people are moving to Arizona, Nevada, Idaho, Oregon, Texas, Florida, and Washington State. Facebook is settling a data privacy suit in the U.S. There's $725 million up for grabs. You have until August 26th to submit a claim. Now, time weather from KFI. Mostly sunny. We'll see highs today reaching the low to mid-80s. Right now, it's 55 in Santa Ana. Huntington Beach has 56, 59 for Santa Monica, and 51 degrees in Thousand. We think local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Costa Rica, there is a full freeway closure. It's on the 405 southbound from Fairview to the 73. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. In Big Hollywood, this is on the 101 northbound at Melrose. Little fender there. That's not a lanes are on the right shoulder, but watch for some wishing wheel lanes as the road. In San Dimas, there is a work zone. She said westbound from Foothill to San Dimas Avenue. 3 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 4. KFI, the sky hopes get you there faster on Brian Van. You probably already know Rosetta Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French, try your hand at German, learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit RosettaStone.com today to purchase once and learn for life. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jake Shetty to the iHeart family. Tune into On Purpose with Jake Shetty, the hit podcast where the former mom shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigates ways to live life today on purpose.
Try something new. When was the last time you did something for the first time with your partner? We're used to watching them do the same things, do the same activities. Let's see them do something fresh and new.
Listen to On Purpose with Jake Shetty on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we know the importance of giving our clients more experience, more results, more than 800 lawyers ready to fight for you. Need more reasons? We've recovered more than $16 billion and have more offices nationwide. But don't take our word for it. Check out any of our more than 28,000 five-star Google reviews from our clients. So, if you've been injured at work or in a car accident, remember, you deserve more. And we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight to get you just that. More. Don't wait. Dial Pound Law or visit borderpeople.com for traffic near you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with the dedicated teams from your community and big sign-up. When you need a fighter, you need us. Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan for the people.com. PM 640 for stimulating talk. Knowing you'll never miss your favorite guest or topic ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to
We have a new friend who's joined us. Pastor, we have your sign up. Go ahead.
Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
We're kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How about you?
I will always be your way. But I know I don't think of it.
Feel free, baby. We're all ears.
618-401-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We'll be back in a moment with Dan Eckert and take final phone calls as we talk about occultism on Coast to Coast. On our next Coast to Coast program for the first couple hours, Joseph and Amy Alton join us to talk about protecting survival medicine. It's a fascinating discussion. And then later on, Sarah Scholl is going to talk about UFOs and are we ready to see flying saucers? So we'll be talking about that. Beyond Belief, that's our television program, and if you've not seen it yet, you're missing something. You sure are, and you should watch it. So head over to beyondbelief.com right now. We're going to help you watch it. We have some free episodes there. We also have a free 7-day trial. And that's going to get you access to over 500 shows that we've done of Beyond Belief. So check it out. It's beyondbelief.com. It's amazing how many programs we've done so far now. Goes like that. It really does. And of course, we have a free YouTube
It's a hot track, my man. It's a hot track. Thank you for celebrating it with us here on 420.
Yeah, this is really great. All you need to do is go to coasttocoastam.com, go to the top, there's a little YouTube icon. Click that, it's free, subscribe, it's interviews of recent and past shows. So have some fun. YouTube channel, coasttocoastam.com. And if you find yourself on YouTube, just put in the search bar Coast to Coast AM Official.
I think it sounds very good.
It pops up that way too. And that is something for you to use them. HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness, while increasing energy and stamina, plus helps to fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. It elevates in the morning for energy and focus, then accelerates weight management and sleep combo before bed for great night sleep.
I've maybe gotten 4 to 5 hours sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up to use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep, which has never happened before, which is pretty awesome.
I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. Like we were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person, we just feel it.
I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. And it gives you energy. It helps you sleep better. It just works. I stand by it 100%.
I was on a handful of medications to help me sleep, to help me be happy and tons of energy. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. Lost some pounds instead of being my family had needed that.
This George's Power Pack accelerates and elevates, including free gifts for daytime weight management, plus free shipping with promo code George. Accelerate, elevate, free gifts as well, and now free shipping for one exclusive special price with George's Power Pack. Order now at healthylooking.com or toll free 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930. Jump on board now for better focus. Let's start on great food and weight loss is George's Power Pack exclusively at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock framework. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, by crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. Well worth taking care of yourself. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. So join now and save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George, just my first name. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code George for 25% off. Consumer Cellular is the most trusted wireless brand, and they've been providing superior nationwide coverage for more than 25 years. Switch today and save up to half on your wireless bill.
They offer unlimited talk and text with flexible data plans starting at just $20 a month. Their award-winning customer service team makes switching easy. You keep your phone and number, and activation is free. Plus, you can add a family member to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls because Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers, with coverage to over 99% of the nation. And this is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Also, with Consumer Cellular, you can save up to $250 a year. Go to consumercellular.com/Nori, and for a limited time, get $25 off your wireless bill and use promo code NORI. That's consumercellular.com/Nori and use promo code NORI for $25 off. And welcome back to Coast. George Nori back with our final segment with Dan Necker. This is talking about occultism, and it is truly remarkable. In the past, Dan, occultism, of course, was considered to be somewhat evil. Has that changed much?
There is a culture shift happening right now. Millennials, Zoomers, more than any other generation before them in terms of Western traditions, are embracing witchcraft, occultism, esoteric beliefs, New Age, that sort of thing. And that's been happening since about the 70s, with some protracted dips and now a rapid rise. However, I do think the majority of people still have a lot of suspicion about this work and still do view it as something that, if not outright evil, is something that should be avoided. And I can understand that if we don't find the kind of boogeymen that we've been led to believe exist there.
Before we go to final call, share with us one of the most strangest times you've ever had in this field.
Yeah, I was actually at a castle with a group of occultists, and we were doing some rituals, and we actually decided to bring in some of the spirits of the castle we were in. And during that actual ritual encounter, one of the individuals who was attending said that they felt as if they themselves might be falling under the influence of an actual spirit insofar as possession is concerned. And for many people who channel, that's viewed as a form of possession, a partial possession. Control over the partial component, and that was the first time I've ever had to step into a space and perform rites of exorcism on the spot. While I was doing that, this individual ended up perfectly prophesying the rest of our experience at that event, down to issues like quirks in the weather, losing power at certain times, natural forces, plane delays, like all of the obstacles that we encountered on that trip, that individual predicted during that event of exorcism. She was fine, the event continued with the issues that were predicted. But I still think about that, because every time that we're led to believe, or every time we feel entirely safe, or like we have all this kind of esoteric entirely figured out, we know all the secrets of the universe, something comes along and just says, yeah, but this is real, and don't you forget it.
Back to the phones, the wildcard line dealers with us, truck driving in Indiana. Hey, Gil, welcome.
I like it already. No, it's good.
How are you? Well, a little fascinated, to tell you the truth, because I've had your phone number in my phone since 94. Really? Yes, sir. And I've never been able to get through. Wow. Yeah. Kind of weird, isn't it? That is kind of weird, considering I got that phone number a few years ago now, but I wonder who it was before.
I think he left the show.
Oh, yeah. Nice to meet you, Dan. George,
Hi, Gil.
I've been listening to you for quite a few years.
Been a long haul, that's for sure.
You are a blast provoker.
Great, I'm doing my thing. Yes, sir. You're doing a good job at it, too. You were discussing earlier about possessed houses. Mm-hmm. Well, I've seen Amityville horror. Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit beyond what we've got going on with my house. My house is actually somewhere in the 153 years old age. Wow. Yeah. The day after we signed the papers on it, I got hit by a train. You got hit by a train? Were you in your truck? Yeah. What happened? How'd that happen? I can tell you the time, the date, February 5th, 1995, 1:45 in the afternoon. Oh my God. Yeah. And it was a icy road. I was hauling
That's hot.
garbage.
I really like it. Very nice, very nice.
And I was coming in off my last run, and tracks up there in that area come at you from like over your right.
It's raw.
So there's,
man, Diesel, I just want to give you a shout out for as well-rounded as you are. And I just love well-rounded people. So you're an audio engineer. You're absolutely an expert in fucking cannabis by far. You got like Bitcoin, ATM. You are on the cusp of a lot of really interesting things. Shout out to you. How did you become so well-rounded? All the diversity and all the different, like, different people, different influences.
Oh my God. Wow. And I've got two discs replaced in my neck, and I just had surgery the year before last. Had 4 or 5 of my discs stayed.
Aside from by Bitcoin.
Do you have a question for Daniel? Yeah, I've turned into a pack rat, guys. I've never been this type of person. Everything in its place for everything. My wife has been giving me static for the last couple of years. We gotta go through the house and,
Absolutely, please do, casually. If you got some, line it up.
Have you ever noticed that stuff just accumulates and you don't really think about it as anything important until you're asked to get rid of something? Well, I'm wondering, could it be the house? Could it cause this or that? The bad luck? What do you think, Dan?
I mean, that's certainly a life-changing experience to have that sort of accident that you described. Yeah, that sort of mishap. If it were a one-off sort of situation where that happened and you coincidentally landed along, acquiring the house, I wouldn't immediately jump to, okay, the house is possessed. What I'd be more curious in is the long-term effect that it can have beyond just the accumulation of things, but is there a particular attachment to those things? Are these things that you would normally collect? Like, are they violent or are they, disturbing in some way that you can't bring yourself to part with them? Those would be the questions I'd be asking, and then I'd be looking for, like, significant bad luck, significant, like, obstacles with your spouse, fighting for no reason, that sort of thing. And for now, based off of what you described, I think you can rest easy. If you're concerned about it, I would recommend burning some dragon's blood incense inside the house. That is a very effective herbal incense spirit removal tool that works really well without a lot of intention or rite performed, because you don't need the ritual aspect.
I've always wondered, Dan, if bad luck was created by the individual or outside forces. What do you think?
Well, historically, I think those are true. From a magical perspective, we can say that our luck is created as part of a subconscious construct. So we can do things like create affirmations like, I'm very lucky, I have great luck.
And that would help on that conscious, subconscious level. But I don't think we can just miss the faith. The idea of faith is something that seems to predate us as long as people are fascinated with this concept of faith. And they know, crucially, when faith is turned against them.
Absolutely. Cornelius is with us in Louisiana. Welcome to the show. Hello there, Lizzie.
Hey, George and Dan. You know, Dan, they call me the God sons of gold, man. The Bible says it's a dude, man. I'm down here like I just told Tommy in a voodoo hoodoo and you a priest. And I was just wondering, being a Christian and stuff, and I call on the name of Jesus, for he get rid of all these demons and stuff. There's a show on CBS. It may be on CBS.com or Paramount.com called Evil. And I don't know if you ever saw that show, but there's a black priest and there's a white lady that's a psychiatrist. So the priest wants the psychiatrist to talk to these inmates who they are demon possessed, like that movie George is talking about, or if they're just a mental condition, you know, that they have, you know, it was really crazy, are they demon possessed. And I know you've been talking about different things, the good rid of demons and all like that. And like
You got yourself a hot track there, Casually. We just had Diesel NFT and Casually share some of their art. They are both very talented. We also have Serena who has joined us. Welcome, Serena. Serena had a live event today on the Metaverse, and we want to welcome you. How did it go? Tell us about it. If you have any music to share with us.
Round things out here with, because I do think the name of Jesus is an effective name in spirit exorcism and banishing. And whether you want to ascribe that to, you know, Jesus as the Son of God, as the Christ, that is a valid belief system to have and to hold and to believe in. From an occult perspective, the name of Jesus is powerful because Jesus is lineage into a tradition of individuals who have power over demons. This goes all the way back to Solomon, to David, to Jesus, to the apostles. At least following a biblical tradition. So from an occult framework, we like to call it the name of Jesus, but also add in David and Solomon, and then extend that power of those names to us. So when I'm performing an exorcism, I will say, under the authority of Solomon, by the seal of David, by the power of Jesus, I, Daniel, have the power over you and command you to act. So that's kind of like ritual framing of the way we use that name, but that does not mean that, you know, calling on that name as a believing God is not effective. It entirely is. That's why we use it.
West of the Rockies, Mike is with us in Vancouver, Canada. Hi, Michael.
First time ever. Here you go.
Okay.
What does the Mayans know? I have 2 points, quick points, and then a question.
Absolutely. I'm sure that people in the present and the future will both appreciate that.
Some of these people need to up their dose. I'd align that could with the opiate crisis. Changes that you indicate these people go through. There's an increase when the entity feels a response. Now, we all know the two-way system that Havana syndrome is. They can read what the subject is going through. Oh, George, it's tinnitus might be caused by this also. But, and there's also a retaliation and disease aspect to this. So we spoke about another path. Could possibly another path be getting together with a doctor that has equipment that can read these frequencies, and when these people are going through what they're going through, could you turn this equipment on and see possibly if they're being affected by Havana syndrome? And thanks for letting me get on, George. Good work.
Okay, Michael, thank you. What do you think of that?
Yeah, you know, I've actually been part of a few studies that have studied mediums. Actually, one was with the University of Maryland, and what they did in that study was they would have their participants get inside an MRI machine and do mediumship-based readings or occult-based ritual while inside the machine and measure or image what is going on inside the brain. I think that's as probably as close as we'll get, but I like that way of thinking. Like, let's involve all the technology we have. Let's involve the spiritual technologies we have. Let's involve the medical technologies we have. Because these things are not purely spirit nor are they purely physical. Like all things, I think there's a blend of the two. We are spirited beings living in physical bodies, and that's the way this material manifests sometimes.
Dan, get out your website for folks as we wrap things up, if you would, please.
Absolutely. You can find my wife and I on thexhunt.com, and on our website you can find our huge archive of blog posts we've written about magic and the paranormal. You can find our Instagram and our TikTok handle, ways to contact us, and ways to sign up for retreats or magical workshops if you're interested in that sort of thing. Or you can just drop us a line and tell us what paranormal happenings are going on in your life.
Super. Thanks, Dan. Always good having you on the program. For Dan Galante, Tom Van Huysen, Lisa Lyon, Lex Sloan, Sean Robert Stewart, Stephanie Smith, Chris Paul, Timberdahl, George Knapp, and Ian Punnett. I'm George Gorey, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe.
The last few years have been tough for a lot of us. At times, you may have even felt stuck. But now, it's time to take control of your future. And you can start with the California Community College. Financial aid is available year-round to help with tuition, books, supplies, and sometimes even rent. Go after that career you can't stop thinking about. Start at your local college and transfer to a guaranteed safe spot at a four-year university. The possibilities are endless. Take the first step. Enroll today at one of our 116 colleges. Visit iCanGoToCollege.com. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money.
Beautiful.
So let me suggest GetRefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the CPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to GetRefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com, GetRefunds.com. They close that with ED. My one rule is putting up the sideline sports bar with crew and my crew. Now get top reasons to visit the league.
It's time for baseball. It's time for you to rally up on the sideline sports bar show.
Number 2.
Ron's got it. Ron's May 26th.
And the number 1 reason.
Yeah, hydration backpack and it takes the upgrade to a grade. When you earn 500 points on your work time, the 24th or 25th.
Well, Uncle, good time. We're not here to make up your mind. We're here to give you the latest.
We have some. Oh, go ahead. Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live.
Most certainly, not just now, but you can always play it so long as I'm the host of your Mathematics. The room. You're very talented, as are you casually. Diesel NFT. I really have a question for you three. Do you ever experiment with 432 hertz music or sound? I know, that's why I figured you know all about it, Diesel. So tell us about it. Like, what are your feelings on it?
We also have the register as a sex offender for 2 decades. The 60-year-old was convicted last month. The Supreme Court is extending access to the abortion pill until at least Friday, former President Trump's attorney is arguing against Trump having to attend next week's rape and defamation trial involving E.C. Carroll. He says if Trump is there, it would be a burden on the city and court, adding there's concern of logistical and financial burden. Carroll has accused Trump of raping her in a dressing room at a Manhattan department store in the 90s, which Trump denied. McLean County Sheriff's Department official Scott Gibbs says
I'm in agreement with you. I think 432 hertz is a magic about that wavelength, and really, those people who know about it, their music is different. It hits different. Casually and Serena, where's your thoughts on 432 hertz?
Nebraska, Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Texas are under this tornado watch. Facebook is settling a data privacy suit in the U.S. There's $725 million.
Is there any way you can help us with that?
Until August 26th to submit a claim. And the city of Indio slapped a $117,000 fine on the Coachella Music Festival for violating curfew. Their contract says the music had to stop at midnight. They ran 20 minutes over. It was Frank Ocean's set that ran late, and he has just announced he will not take the stage for weekend 2. The singer-songwriter says he heard his way at Coachella 1. Southbound weather from KFI. Sunshine all the way. High to a low to mid-80s. Right now it's 54 in Tucson. Laguna Beach has 55. 48 for Brentwood and 53 degrees in Toluca Lake. Relay local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
There is a full freeway closure because the 405 northbound from East Boulevard Tulsa. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. In Hollywood, we are 15. Earlier crash on the 101 north. Now that Melrose has been cleared from rain. Your drive is recovering in that area. And in San Dimas, there is a work zone 210 westbound from Foothill to San Dimas Avenue. 3 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 4. Expect flowing in that area. KFI and the Child, get you there faster, Brian Van. iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jay Shetty to the iHeart family. Tune into On Surface with Jay Shetty, the hit podcast where the former mom shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigates ways to live life today on purpose. Try something new. When was the last time you did something for the first time with your partner? We're used to watching them do the same thing, do the same activities. Let's see them do something fresh and new. Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. This is Michael Akiva, the managing partner to Kobe and Myers, and the official welcome to LA Dodgers. With decades of experience and a track record of success, Jacoby Myers will protect your rights and make sure you get the compensation you deserve. Trust Jacoby Myers to go to bat for you. We offer free consultations to help you understand your case and the options available to you. Don't strike out with the insurance companies. Call Jacoby Myers today. Jacoby Myers, justice for you since 1972. Mother's Day is around the corner, and if you're trying to find that perfect gift, check out Bob's Watches. Bob'sWatches.com is one of the biggest inventories of pre-owned luxury watches. All the watches are certified authentic. You can trade or sell your luxury watches with them too. Now, it's time to invest in a Rolex as prices have recently softened. They carry Cartier, Tudor, a lot more. Shop online, open your web browser, and Google the keywords
Hell yeah, Mr. Jones.
My name, Bill Hanson. You'll be directed to a list of curated watches and automatically receive $200 off your first purchase online. And I just got my Rolex from Box Watches. A lot of options. Their customer service, exceptional. They help you pick that perfect Rolex to the budget that I had in mind. And I got it in it. So Google the keywords Bob's Watches and Bill Handle.
Oh, you can't leave it there. Give it the rest of it.
On Google. Looking to sell your valuable toys, high-end jewelry, collectibles, and fine art, Cindy, you've got a real rock when it comes to buying and selling.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been doing this tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible just pays more.
Here's a great example of the tangible difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me $50. They offered $100. I bought it for tangible, and it was $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Tangible, thinking as well as would be the person coming in with, $10,000 worth of gold.
An investment owner, Phil DiGenova, has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Still guaranteed you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no obligation, free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Didn't take a whatever. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, story. This program is across the nation, around the world, like George Rory. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, The Occult. Well, before we get going into our program tonight, our condolences to our UFO reporter, Kevin Randall, whose wife has passed away. Kevin, we're here for you whenever you need. Deep condolences there. This is happening. Alabama authorities have announced that 2 teenagers have been arrested and charged in that Dadeville mass shooting at a Sweet 16 birthday party over the weekend. 4 people killed, another 32 injured when gunfire erupted at approximately 10:34 p.m.
You're very talented. One thing I've just, if anybody has any questions regarding the 432, first, one thing that I find interesting about it is it's known as the healing frequency. Essentially, what are the others?
Y and Model 3 electric vehicles in the United States. It's the 6th time it has lowered U.S. prices this year, and there's concerns about the effects on its profit margin. Nick Sedlock, registered investment advisor with us. Nick, what's going on at Tesla? Well, first off, George, we had to cut prices in order to be able to get tax credit that Biden is offering. But despite those tax credits, deliveries only went up 4.5%. Now, it's interesting, Tesla
Absolutely
did not report its gross margin in its earnings call. Someone from Bloomberg,
apparently the human body release is more like there 432, and that I don't know exactly the year, but essentially like major media changed from 432, which it used to be, to 440, which causes a disruption in like that frequency causes disruption in
way more than what the GM or from the seat is still priced as a PE of 51. That's a forward PE. So looking ahead, I see more problems here, George. Deliveries are up 37% from a year ago. Now that sounds great. Actually, it is great. But its production is up 44% from a year ago. Got 78,000 vehicles. How is he going to sell them other than cutting again? Its cash flow was $441 million. That sounds pretty good. But expected $3.2 billion is the worst quarter in 3 years for Tesla. And given what we've been discussing about the state of the affairs of the economy, I think it's going to get a lot worse here for Tesla. They may be worried. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it. In a moment, by the way, Robert Kiyosaki joins us, the financial guru, and we will be talking about your money in just a moment. President Biden has lost a sizable chunk of supporters to his new Democratic challenger at the outset of his challenge.
Last word by the Beatles.
To a new poll, the new challenger, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who sent me a text today and said he'd like to pop on for a few minutes next week. In a new USA Today Suffolk University poll, the Democratic presidential candidate, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., taking double digits worth of voters away from Biden in this campaign launch. It's going to be an interesting race to be sure. I texted Kennedy back today and said, if you get elected, please fix the power grid, and I'm sure we'll talk more about that. As we age, cognitive decline is more likely to develop, so we can train our brain to fight it, can we? Well, researchers from the University of Geneva say the answer may be hiding in music. Their study that both listening and learning to play music could prevent a decline in brain health. An expert on music and the global brain is Howard Bloom. Howard, what do you think of that?
Well, it'd be really nice if we could all fight off the forgetfulness of the brain decline evade by simply listening to music, which is what the headline of a report in Studies Report yesterday promised. Alas, that's not quite what the new study the report is about demonstrates. The new research comes from 11 authors at 7 major universities and research centers, specifically in Germany. The researchers put 132 folks between the age of 62 and 78 through 2 different 6-month programs. The participants in one group spent an hour and a half a day learning to play the piano. The other group spent an hour and a half a day listening to music, learning to distinguish the instruments, and analyzing what the researchers call the music properties across musical styles. So none of it was simply listening to music. All of it was hard work. But both of these hard working groups got a brain boost out of the program. Explained study reports, neuroimaging revealed an increase in gray matter in 4 brain regions involved in high-level cognitive functioning in all participants. The research subject brain performance increased by 6%. Which is the researchers' music education for teenagers has become a major policy priority in the framework of health engagement, oral brain plasticity, and cognitive reserve. Now that's fine, but what about the promise the headline made that simply listening to music can improve your brain? It's true. And if there is a benefit to listening, is that bonus background? Can you improve your brain's ability more optionally simply by listening to music 12 hours a day with story? This casual listening helps protect your brain against dementia and Alzheimer's. The answer, surprisingly, is yes. The number of studies around the brain is enormous, 100. But most of them getting into hard way, learning to play an instrument or joining a choir, is just as wonderful thing that your brain against age. So what's about casual listening? Casual listening, it turns out, also works. Yes, listening to music during your daily routine, the John Hopkins medicine provides a total brain workout. Explains Hopkins, quote, listening to music can reduce anxiety, blood pressure, and pain, as well as improve sleep quality, mood, mental alertness, and memory. We warn about a 1-2-month study. Asking experimental subjects to make a listen to an audio book of their choice for an hour a day, the other groups listen to the music of their choice. One of the primary researchers on music relationships to the brain and aging, Finland's Teppo Trapamo, sums up the results like this. Music listening was found to be superior to audio listening. Then, Trapamo reports 3 brain areas in which merely listening to music increases the amount of brain matter, including the brain's power to reward them. After she can pull this off, Trapamo says music arguably ranks among the most powerful and diverse sensory, motor, cognitive, and emotional experience that you can have. But of course, the combination of literature and has particular recommendations for me. So, offer the fast, simple, and basic process can temporarily enhance cognitive performance. And then 4, singing and playing sports games, the Trapamo adds. Plus, playing musical instruments and dancing to report to computer activities that are specifically linked to a deep dimension. The bottom line is the brain operates on a simple
Absolutely. If you have something, go for it.
You got that right, Howard. Keep busy. That's the name of the game. Thanks, Howard. The director of the Pentagon's UFO Research Group has provided an update on their work at a briefing for the Senate Committee on Armed Services and indicated that they had yet to find any evidence that the phenomenon is extraterrestrial in nature. They say that the balloons, unmanned aerial systems, caught a natural phenomena, but they haven't found anything to believe that they come from the extraterrestrial possibility. In a moment, Robert Kiyosaki joins us, author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. We're going to talk about the state of the economy and how it affects you next on Coast to Coast. There's no sign of identity theft slowing down, and why should it? More than $14 billion was stolen from identity theft victims last year alone. The cyber criminals, it's a success story. For the rest of us, it's a wake-up call. Your personal info is in more places now than ever, and all that exposure can make it dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself by monitoring. If you become a victim of identity theft, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will be dedicated to your case and work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year by calling 1-800-LifeLock or to go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's promo code George to save up to 25% off your first year. 1-800-LifeLock or LifeLock.com. Promo code George. On an Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sunderland. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fitz and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrill with straight-out action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line of time. iWagon, Haunted Planet, Space Ranger, codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggett Genius. Join them at iWaggett.com. That's iWaggett.com.
Forcing numbers is mad. Always looking. His eyes were searching where he had ball spots on his back. ViralRabbi.com. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is the trick, and Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog. And your dog will be. I get my Dynamite at VINOVIPC.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Zoe with you. Robert Kiyosaki back with us. That's known as the author of Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the #1 personal finance book of all time. He has challenged and changed the way tens of millions of people around the globe think about money. He's an entrepreneur, and he's an investor who believes that each of us has the power to make changes in our lives, take control of our financial future, and live the rich life we deserve. With perspectives on money and investing that often contradict conventional wisdom, Robert has earned an international reputation for straight talk, irreverence, and courage, and has become a passionate and outspoken advocate for financial education. Robert, welcome back. I hear a lot about you, my friend.
Of course, thank you. I appreciate the time on your network.
The collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. I want to get your take on that. What caused things to go down like that?
Well, it's first at the start of the Treasury of Wall Street. I'm a little bit afraid for Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, Bank and Credit Suisse, Deutsche Bank, Bank of Japan, and then first serious trouble because of the systemic bank crisis. That goes back all the way to like 1964 when they do it. I was told that Kennedy $50 if you share silver. Today it's copper. And that's Gresham's law. What Gresham's law states is that the bad money enters the system. Good money goes into hiding. So Silicon Valley Bank went down because the bonds went down. Everybody thinks everything's okay with the U.S. bonds. So I like the first gold is people put money into gold and silver. I believe in gold and silver. Gold and silver. God, I rather trust God than bank.
Yeah, me too. Well, did you banks stand through when people make a run? I mean, was part of the problem that they didn't have enough cash to give back to their depositors?
Correct. It goes back to the whole bank system. It's called the fractional reserve. And a fraction reserve means if you put, let's say, $1 in the bank runs out 10. Think about that. And so the bank puts out 10. So that $10 goes into another bank, it becomes 100, then it becomes 1,000. And today the crisis now visited quad growth. Not trillion, quad. Now stated a quadrant, 1,000. So when Silicon Valley went down, Signature was following, Credit Suisse, Deutsche Bank, then next comes Bank of Japan. Think about that. So that's why I put your money in gold and silver.
When President Biden went on the air, Robert, to tell the American people not to worry, all the deposits are safe, did he do the right thing?
Well, that's called a moral hazard. The moral hazard about the bank is that they protect people with money to protect the risk.
But the problem in America is, with this gap between rich and poor, is extremely dangerous. Now, that's extremely dangerous. And there are no treatments. It's inflation, it's taxation, without legislation. So Biden is the very guy that causes inflation. But this very first act, because I'm not Republican or Democrat. I'm not standing.
I'm like you. I'm right down the middle.
But Biden did it. First thing he did was cut off the Keystone XL pipeline. Now, I sell real gold. I went to school for oil. I'm an oil guy. And so we're pumping oil for $30 a barrel. And when Biden came into office, and the Republican or Democrat, the price of my oil went $30 a barrel to $130 a barrel. That causes inflation. Let me say, as multi-treatment, inflation with taxation without legislation. I mean, even if I did that, I knew what he was doing. He was causing under class. Because typically citizens runs on energy, oil.
I talked to a real estate agent friend of mine out here in the St. Louis area where I am right now. And I asked him about how the housing market's doing in this market. And he said he had a house listed and had 20 over the asking price. I've never heard of that before. What's going on there?
Well, that's what happened after 2008 when they started talking interest rates. And lower interest rates, police have called it 3 times trouble. Bonds went up, real estate went up, what else went up? Gold and silver went up. So it's the inflated history. So that's why when Biden came to office, again, the Republican Democrat, you raised the price of oil. And I'm reporting for the guy after that because I got extremely rich. Went from $30 a barrel to $100, $130.
4 to 5 times your worth.
Yeah, killing the middle class. He's killing all the guys in the pockets, and I think he's killed. The price of oil and gas keeps going up, and he blames Russia for the problem with oil. Give me a break.
Well, back to the housing though. So why so many offers on a house?
Just recently?
Yeah.
Well, I think people are running to what they think is going to save the value of their money. So real estate is one of them. When interest rates go up, the doors get down. The biggest crash is going to be commercial real estate, like office buildings and shopping centers. And those are REIT, real estate investment trusts. And they're the biggest real estate holders in the world. And so they keep raising interest rates. All the shopping centers, office buildings, and this doing things. Why are people going to work if they can work from home? So we're in the biggest changes going. I suspect the biggest people are jumping into real estate if they want something that has some tangible value.
Robert, what's the difference between a communist economy and a free capital economy like we have?
Well, let me give you a few ideas here. I just made a step back. I just finished an exam at Arizona State University. And I was teaching the students how to along. And then I did an exam at Gamma's Auditorium in the big theater at Arizona State. And 37 professors out there. Boy, what did they do? And so as Hitler once said, let me control the textbook, and I will control the state. And that's what happened with our educational system across Boston. I'm a U.S. Marine. I fought for America twice in Vietnam. I'm fourth generation Japanese American. My family was interned in California during World War II. My uncle fought for the force, so he said, if you don't stand, I'm cowardly. The whole family goes fought for America. But our school system is marching. I hate to say that.
Now, what does that mean to the economy?
Well, let me give you another quote here on how. Let's see.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Casually, for blessing us with your music. That is great.
And this was Mark. A heavier progressive income tax or graduate income tax is necessary for the proper development of communism. And the reason taxation is so important is New York Times is now pushing the 1619 project, saying that America is the racist country. That's a crap. America was founded in 1772 with the Boston Tea Party. They always revolted against taxes. So today, Biden, the second half, was about 87,000 IRS. That don't get properly. That's a lot of collection, isn't it? Absolutely, absolutely. So that's when it really began to mark the heavier progressive or graduate income tax necessary for the proper development of economy. So I'm saying that once a politician, offered my senator.
If we have any other artists who would like to come up and play your music, feel free. The ones who are currently up here, if you have another song, feel free to play it as well.
He opened the southern took down Trump's wall, and now fentanyl streaming across the border.
That's absolutely right, Lady Wing. No, you got the right attitude.
What is that man doing? That's what he's saying. That's all I'm asking. Doesn't he have advisors around, like people like you, telling him, don't do this? Well, this is another one of my church guys I quote is that guy Jordan Peterson. When you have something to say, silence is a lie. And George, thank you for always speaking up. Thanks for giving the program so I can speak up. When I was a U.S. Marine in Vietnam, helicopter guns were founded. Went down 3 times. But I was fighting for freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of guns. And we've got to get our freedom back. It's not for their education. This is why I started the Rich Dad Company. I question all of that people. That's a school. You about money. You got an accident. Be afraid. It's coming. When you wrote Rich Dad Poor Dad, did you ever expect it to be as successful as it was? Heavens knows, Lord. I flunked out of high school twice, 15 and 17, because I can't write. and I felt that not because I couldn't write. It's just not like what I wrote. Now you school to disappear to teach you to enough. And so I just disagreed with the teacher about that. You spoke your mind, right? But that's you spoke your mind. Yeah, and again, maybe repeat Jordan Peterson, the Canadian teacher. Because when you have something to say, balance your life. So George, please keep doing what you're doing. Keep allowing people like me to speak up. Well, I'm not going to stop, Robert. I'm not going to stop. Stay with us. We got a break coming up. Speaking of stopping, it's only for a little bit. We'll be back in a moment. Robert Kiyosaki with us. Next hour, we'll open up the phone lines with him and give you an opportunity to chat with him. And again, he is one of the world's greatest authors on economics. Rich Dad, Poor Dad. But the rich teach their kids about money. But the poor in the middle class do not. The Coach website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coach insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
I'm Free Tennis, Tennessee by 24-hour newsroom. Foreclosure rates are increasing across the country. According to real estate data analytics firm Adam, U.S. homeowners filed 22% more foreclosures this quarter compared to the same time last year. New York, Chicago, and L.A. were leaders in foreclosures for large cities. Former L.A. Mayor Richard Reardon has died. He was 92. He served L.A. from 1993 until 2001. The Supreme Court is extending access to an abortion pill until at least Friday. The mayor of Compton says she's working with police to create a plan of action to stop street takeovers. The mayor says she plans on installing bus dots to reduce speeding and street takeovers. Bus dots are round pavement markers used to mark lanes on highways. Southside weather from KFI. Sunshine on the way. We'll see highs in the low to mid-80s today. Right now it's 56 in Buena Park. Fountain Valley is 54. 53 in Pico Rivera. And it's 52 degrees in Calabasas. We leave local for the unified 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure for 05 southbound from Fairview to 73. South Grand has only shut down for road work until 5. In Newton County, this is on the 5 northbound at Florence. We have a crash there, take up the carpool lane. The driver is pumping up back to the approach. Long Beach, there is a work zone. This is on the 7-day northbound from Long Beach Boulevard to the 91. Two great lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. You're seeing delays in that area. KFI and Michelle, I hope to get you there faster. I'm Brian there. If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe you've inherited a home and now what to do with it. Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and then you're told to clean and clean and repair. Buyers are going to walk through the house has to be pristine. And if you don't live there, you don't need to get that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call them DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com. It's no secret. As a college student, juggling classes, work, bills, and even taking care of your family can be tough. But you're tougher. And California community colleges offer the support you need to reach your goals. Resources like year-round financial aid, academic counseling, child care, transportation, emergency housing, and even free groceries can make a big difference in staying enrolled. Get connected to the support you need to make your dreams a reality. Visit ICanGoToCollege.com. iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jay Shetty to the iHeart family. Tune into On Purpose with Jay Shetty, the hit podcast where the former mom shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigates ways to live life today on purpose. Try something new. When was the last time you did something for the first time with your partner? We're used to watching them do the same things, do the same activities. Let's see them do something fresh and new. Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Anytime I hear something rustling downstairs or outside the bushes, my first instinct is to lean over to the Tim Conway Jr. Show. I hear you scream to life, that's all I got. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeart Radio app.
Now there you are. Yes, there's that thing that somehow I trust. It may embarrass you to hear me say it. Say it I must. Say it I must. You have the truth. I of a secret truth. Yes, there's that I'm doing nothing extra with you. I believe in you.
Live from the gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. As always, Robert Morris is some of the great musical and play how to succeed in this. It's one of the classics. We're going to be back in a moment with Robert Kiyosaki. We're going to take calls with Robert next hour here on Coast to Coast. And of course, May 27th, love for all of you to come to Oregon. How come, Tommy? Well, George, speaking of our live show in Oregon from the Animal Planet channel and the show Finding Bigfoot, I have Matthew Moneymaker on the phone who will be one of our guests at our live show in McDowell, Oregon, and the show is going to be in May. Matt, how are you? I'm doing great. Excellent, excellent. So your show, Finding Bigfoot, that lasted for what, almost like 100 episodes? It was 100 episodes over about 7 years. So the number doesn't matter because some years have multiple seasons. But yeah, from about 2010 to 2017, 100 episodes, and we went all over. That is a great run. I got to tell you, one of my favorite episodes is where you tell the guys in your crew, you're going, I don't care what anybody says, I saw what I saw. And you were so excited in this episode. What was it like to film? You were in North Carolina, is that correct?
Yeah, and North Carolina was an example of the state where before our show, most people didn't think of Bigfoot being in that part of the country. And I think that was an eye-opener for a lot of people about the whole series. And even the network was even pushing that, saying, yeah, we want you to go to places where there's Bigfoot at, but where people just wouldn't expect. And North Carolina being one of them. That episode was Uwharrie National Forest, the part just outside of Albemarle. And our group had done expeditions there long before the show happened. And so we knew the hotspots, including one where a Bigfoot, one of those places where one would come around very reliably, a place called West Morris Campground. Well, anyway, we did an episode in there, and we got to that. Matt, we are so excited to have you at our live show in May. What can folks expect when they come to the show when we bring you up on stage? Well, we'll be able to see some footage behind it, some stuff that I think is legitimate, and also have an example, the scoop from the cast seal, which actually shows the cast of part of the Sasquatch body, and you can see how much larger it is. Kind of like even better than a footprint cast. And people find that very impressive. So we'll show you images, we have that kind of artifact, and a lot of people have questions about things that even I take for granted because I've been in the subject for a long time. But it makes sense to a lot of people, and they learn an awful lot about the subject very quickly. Matt, thanks for spending just a few minutes here with me now. George, of course, the show is Saturday, May 27th at the amazing Granada Theater in Dallas, Oregon. Just about 84 miles east from Portland. We'll have two other guests, of course, Matt and then Dr. Sky, and also UFO FFC Travis Walton. This is going to be one fun night. Head over to coasttocoastam.com, and Lexi's got all the info right up there in the text.
Looking forward to that. Coming up really, really fast. And here's something for you to build up your news.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Ray bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Ray with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. The stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be relieved by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of putting stem and the adaptogens together, supporting the body to use.
Dr. Moore, how will I feel after taking a Dr. Stem in the cell?
The only stems we have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put a adaptogen along with it, and most will feel within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Moore protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptogen immune system and your previous Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
There's no sign of identity theft slowing down, and why should it? More than $14 billion was stolen from identity theft victims last year alone. The cyber criminal is a success story for the rest of us to let them go. Your personal info is in more places now than ever, and all that exposure can make it dangerously easy to steal your identity. My hotline lawyer makes it easy to help protect yourself by monitoring your identity and alerting you to threats you couldn't miss on your own. If you become a victim of identity theft, and you have been lifelong restoration specialist and be dedicated to your case and work with them. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year by calling 1-800-LifeLock So go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's promo code George to save up to 25% off your first year. 1-800-LifeLock or LifeLock.com. Promo code George.
If you're planning an IRS debt or can't afford to pay, you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service is eager to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Click on the number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-251-7391. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-251-7391 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. It will impact your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security tax. Call 800-251-7391 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-251-7391.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie back with Robert Kiyosaki. His website is linked up at coasttocoasttrading.com. We are talking about the economy and ways that you can benefit from it. How can people make money in this kind of a situation? Robert? What do you recommend they do? Well, I always recommend, don't have insurance, don't sell things. I sell an education. But again, I ask people what the school teaches on money. And for most people, they're told as poor. So, like, give an example. A person like me and count the right two books. We don't pay taxes legally. And all of remember, America was founded as a tax nation in 1773 with Boston. So this is a rule for justice. So another book I wrote is called The Cash for Quadrant. E-S-E-I. E stands for employees. Employees pay approximately 40% of their tax.
Absolutely, let's hear them.
Or small entrepreneurs with a higher they pay 6% tax. Wow. So what happens is, like, employees often go to business, or they split to a higher tax. On the other side of the quadrant, it's the tax rate of quadrant. The B has a fixed 540 or more. And I stand for investor, but inside investor. So if you're told to invest in 401k, you're not going to benefit after 5 years. You're an outfit. That may come to myself. See, you can know those basic things we have to show. What do I have? Go from ERM to ERI. And that's based on that. I've been watching every once in a while they tell us something on a show on Amazon Prime called Billion with Paul Giamatti. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but he's the U.S. attorney for the Eastern District in New York, and he's going after this multi-billionaire who buys and sells things to a capital company that the guy owns. He works on insider information and stuff like that. What's going on in Wall Street? Is that still questionable? That's the first question. The question is, well, there's always an insight. The question is how close the insight are. But it's that if you bought schooling, back to schooling, go to school, get a job, work hard, then you want to pay your taxes, get out of debt, and invest in 401k. You're far away from the entire money. That's the sad part about open equity. Insider information is kind of illegal to trade on that, isn't it? Now, it depends upon what kind of insider you are. For example, let's say you're mom and pop and you want to buy a house to rent out. So the moment you see that, it's called the deal together, you're now an insider. You're an insider to that. But if you buy an REIT, which is still an investment club,
out there. The rules of some discipline, big time, big time. I mean, here at the local bar, and the guy from the company quit, where we're unloading this subsidiary we own tomorrow, and you run and buy some stock. Have you committed a crime? One of the tests, I mean, all that stuff makes people pay. But the other thing, too, is in the world of my role, the I, it's an I of what's called family office. The family office is a team of house attorneys all households. But if you're an outsider, an employee, trying to career through school, and get a job, pay your taxes, save money, and invest in a 401k, you're an outsider. So technically, you cannot do what I do. There's lines between the firewall between all of this. So years ago, that's why I created the taxable board team. And the reason I'm showing now is because I want people to understand the difference. Your financial literacy begins with a financial statement. Let me say this again. Financial literacy begins with a financial statement. And most of us have heard these words, income and expense, assets and liabilities. But they haven't heard some statement of cash flow. So again, the reason my wife and I created this cash flow board game is to play all over the world, 50 different languages, kids play it and all this, is to learn to be an insight, to put your own deals together. I don't need to go to Wall. I'm not saying I'm not against Wall Street, but I don't need to go to them to buy a deal. I can put my own package deal together. For example, you have some what it is here. I invest in YC cats, Japanese, and fourth generation Japanese.
And then you destroyed his project.
I was going to be a Japanese breeding bull. I was a kid. I was watching this breeding bull of the Jerry in Hawaii. And all those guys did was to keep bringing the cows. I said, that's a dog life. So I bought these Wagyu cattle. A YYG because Wagyu is a brand. That's a beef brand, right? No, it's a high-end. I've noticed that in Silver Auto, whatever the thing is. And if you look at guys like Buffett, they only invest in brands. They invest in Coca-Cola. But he doesn't invest in those startups. Right. So brands is an asset. And so my poor dad was the head of education for the state of Hawaii. PhD from Stanford, Northwestern University College. This man, the Japanese do a small, 6 foot stand. That is so honest. But he knows nothing about money. And my rich dad was the Dutch grandfather, who at the age of about 13 had to take over the family business. So one guy, poor dad, was school for money. Rich dad was teaching. So I was about 10 years old. My rich dad started teaching me 7, 8, playing Monopoly. And we said, so why are we playing Monopoly? My rich dad said, because, real estate is one of the asset classes you invest. So at age 10, I'm playing Monopoly, buying up as many little houses and spots as you could find, right? Well, yeah, of course, 4 green houses. So today I own Red Hotel. And hope that nobody lands on it. Well, that's what talks about too. But it's simple because it's simplicity. So without financial education, they make it sound so complex. And like I said, I talked to the high school at 15 and 17 because I'm a simple man. And I went to be a cadet on the Marine Knocker, and I joined the Marine Corps. Marines are not known for their intelligence. Oh, they're tough though. But I love the Marine Corps. You're talking to a Navy guy, by the way. Oh, but in the Marine Corps and the Navy and the military, you're taught one thing: respect. Yep. Respect. And I want to say this to all those guys out there, because I was a ring knocker in the caddy. The first lesson we were taught was to listen to the NCO, the non-commissioned officers, because they ran the military. And I used to meet some of these butterflies, the butterflies in OCS, and they come in and say, well, I'm a lieutenant or I'm a captain.
but they lost the respect for the NCO. And the NCO, I went to Vietnam twice, they kept me alive. I bet they did. Oh, God. I bet they did. And you know, working with other boys, you know what I mean? And then because I was from Hawaii, I kind of used to call crackers. Man, but they trust me. God, they trust me. You know? You know, my best staff sergeant was Staff Sergeant Jackson. When you came home, not to digress, but I think, and I remember those days as a young teenager, the biggest mistake I think we made as a nation, as a people, is we didn't respect the troops when they came home from Vietnam. Amen, George. Yep. Amen. Okay to protest the war. I have no problems with stuff like that, but don't knock the troops. I came home in 1973 at Norton Air Force Base in California, and my commanding officer, the lieutenant colonel, was a lieutenant. He said, "Gentlemen, America has changed. The moment it gets into the terminal, change the clothes to civilian clothes." I said, "Why? This is America." And so all those hippies, love and dies, you know, the Woodstock generation, they entered the field like a hit by raw egg and spit on. Welcome home, God. Welcome home. So I shot the wrong people. That's what a Marine would say. A Marine would say. Marines can get away with that. It was so sad. Oh, I know. I remember those days. I mean, it was horrible. There was just no...
Randall can go fuck himself.
They put him down.
Hey, we got a hand raised.
So did you never lose anybody? Also?
Ramo.
No.
Jeremy, go ahead.
But I did not have any close friends that I know of that were in Vietnam. I'm sure I had some guys from high school and buddies who might have been out there, but I never heard what happened to them. Let me tell you the saddest thing possible. I was a carrier pilot. And you stand up there, here's one of your best friends, and they take off. Of course, they don't come back. They don't come back. And for years later, there's a wailing wall in D.C. I'm glad you took that up there to say goodbye. Yeah. It was the saddest thing, you know. And I hate to say that, but I still remember those hippies. Unbelievable. So you're not a Republican, you're not a Democrat, but I'm going to ask you a couple questions about Trump. We won't get into the indictment, but how would you rate him as a president? Well, let me get another quote from a guy named, what's his name, Jordan Peterson. Mm-hmm. He says, "You think tough leaders have quite a weak for the damage a weak leader can do." And I got another Republican then I can attend to both for his person. You happen to have been a friend of Trump, right? A very good man. And I love him. He's got stuff. And he's a funny guy. He cracks me up. Let me tell you a story about this character, because it's about character. When I was at Dallas Center with them, with people going 60,000 people, and I was on stage with him. He and I traveled the world together doing talks on real estate investing and all that. But there were those two books together. You can check them out. So I'm on stage, and I use Rihanna Helmsley's term, frequency. Trump came up on stage and corrected. Really? He says, "Don't you ever say that about me. There's no such thing as privilege." And for him, put them 55,000 people. And that's the kind of man he is. I had a friend of mine who knew him well. You may have known the guy who had passed on, Ron Wright, who founded Hawaiian Tropics, the canning company. Yes. And he loved him. My criticism of President Trump when he was in office was to take his cell phone away from him so he wouldn't do tweets and go online. And just stay out of that. Just act presidential, quit attacking people because the economy was robust when he was here. And, you know, he said something that I think was probably pretty accurate. He said if he was still president, Putin would not have gone into the Ukraine. And I think that's probably true. Let me read to this quote from Jordan Peterson. If you think tough men are dangerous, wait until you see...
That was wild. That background Kind of sounds like X-Files.
Republican or Democrat, freedom of choice,
Yeah.
freedom of speech, religion. I don't care if he's racist, none of my business. But he's a weak leader. He has big problems. Do you think he's got a chance to get reelected? Well, that's what's going to happen to the RFK Jr. attack him. Yeah,
question mark, You have a song for us?
I think he's got a great chance to beat Biden. Well, that's like people with weekend, But anyway, this is another thing from history that George Orwell makes me report that managerial capitalism replaces capitalism. Managerial capitalism today before he wrote in 1984, managerial capitalism replaces capitalism. Fauci is an example of managerial capitalism. You're right about that. Robert, we're going to take a short break and come back and take phone calls with you. Plus, I want you to recommend things that people should be able to do.
Golden G's Balloon.
And then we'll start taking calls next hour.
Jeremy Hoggar, do you have any songs for us?
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief with George Norris.
Feel free to play. Happy 420, baby.
You know, to have it all in stock, ready to deliver, shipping and industrial supply specialist. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouse. The customer service reps on the line to get you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.com. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialist. iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jay Shetty to the iHeart family. Tune into On Purpose with Jay Shetty, the hit podcast where the former mom shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigates ways to live life today on purpose.
Try something new. When was the last time you did something for the first time with your partner? We're used to watching them do the same thing, do the same activities. Let's see them do something fresh and new.
Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcast. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. If you didn't like that opinion, keep listening. We've got a few more.
On the iHeartRadio app. Youth Health Experience. I'm Bree Kenner in the unified 24-hour news room. The World Health Organization says this is COVID-19 subvariant. It's called Australis, and it's been detected in 20 countries, including the U.S. It has been detected here in L.A. Health officials say this strain stands out as detected here in L.A. Health officials say this strain stands out because it brings unique symptoms. Former LA Mayor Richard Reardon has died. He was 92. He served LA from 1993 until 2001. NASA says the 660-pound satellite is tumbling out of control. It's going to slam into Earth today. Sort of. The satellite monitors the sun for nearly 2 decades. The U.S. Department of Defense says there's a 16-hour window for the satellite's arrival, but they won't tell us where. They did say most of it will burn up upon re-entry. It will appear as the shooting star in the sky, then it's really just fake junk. Or President Trump's attorney is arguing against Trump having to attend next week's rape and defamation trial involving Eugene Farrell. Trump's attorney said it would be a burden on the city and court if he were there, adding their concern of logistical and financial burden. Farrell has accused Trump of raping her in a dressing room at a Manhattan department store in the 90s, which Trump denied. 6 states are under a tornado watch. The Plain County Sheriff's Department official Scott Gibbs said the storm alert statewide yesterday.
I mean, obviously they are important for us to take heed. We want to get those notifications. The notifications that you're seeing today probably save a lot of lives.
Because baseball-sized hail has been reported, Nebraska, Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Texas are still under that tornado watch. And Facebook is settling a data privacy suit in the U.S. with $725 million up for grabs. We have until August 26th to submit a claim. South Atlantic to KFI, mostly sunny skies on the way, highs in the low to mid-80s. Right now it's 54 in Buena Park, Yorba Linda has 52, 55 for Carson, and 51 in Rancho Cucamonga. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bruce Henry.
In Costa Rica, there is a full freeway closure from the 405 southbound from Fairview to the 73. All lanes are shut down for road work until 5. In Santa Monica, this is on the same eastbound at Centinela. We have crash caretakers for white lane. You guys is crossing up as you approach. San Dimas, there is a work zone. This is on the 210 westbound from Foothill to San Dimas Avenue. Caltrans has the 3 left lanes shut down for road work until 4. KFI, the guy, don't get you there faster, O'Brien there. Hey, our TV shark, let's talk about your home and what is coming at it next. Every home in America, including yours, is going full electric faster than any of us ever imagined. That means your home needs to be ready for increased electrical demand at a time when the grid is already strained, energy costs are going up, and rolling outages are more common than ever. So where do you start? You start by going solar with a complete solar solution. That means electric vehicle ready, panels to cancel out your power bill, and a Tesla Powerwall backup battery system. Who do you call? The only company that I have trusted to put solar on my own home, Sunlight. With Sunlight, it's simple. It's always the best design, the best equipment, world-class installation, and all of it covered with the best warranty and customer service in the industry. So get in front of what's coming with a complete EV-ready panel and Powerwall system from Sunlight. Start today at sunlight.com. Sunlight.com. PSLB ones are really easy.
I've tried a lot of language learning apps lately, and Rosetta Stone is hands down my favorite. I love that it teaches you phrases you can use in real-life conversations, and they have the best speech recognition tool. It tells you how accurate your pronunciation is, so you can really nail your accent in almost any language you want, like Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean. Or get access to all 25 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com.
Walk your cat up the street.
Yeah, it'd be right up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
That's it. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and coat?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for being good.
Before the hero goes.
If you have a clogged drain, call Zero Zero. Come in today. Go online at RiverHero.com. Seriously, Mike, you're just with the transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of the car. So bring it to the transmission expert at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fix. AAMCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. AMCO.com for complete details. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. They're telling their essentially doesn't matter. They committed the crime. A gang are in the business of crime. Done again, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
40. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. AFI, AM 640.com. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. This hour will take your calls with Robert Kiyosaki, and I'll also give us a little advice on how you can protect your own income. When we come back on Coast to Coast AM.
We have some new speakers up here. Annie, would you like to say anything or ask any of the other people who came up? We got Otter up here. Anybody else, please share with us whatever you'd like.
Never providing personal info over the phone, creating longer passwords, checking credit reports often.
Ah, is that how that works? I wondered how that would work. Okay, very well.
Identity theft protection services like LifeLock. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal.
Otter, what are your thoughts? You like the music? When you hit to the vibe, talk to us.
LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own, like loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated USA Trust Solution.
How about official OTG? How you doing, baby? What's new in your neck of the woods?
Identity theft to monitor all transactions at all businesses. It's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George when you call 1-800-LifeLock.
Absolutely. Jeremy Aldo, how are you celebrating 420?
Promo code George, 25% off.
Suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to
Definitely. Anybody else have any jams they'd like to play for us? Feel free. Come on up if you'd like. If you're in the audience and you want to play something or sing something, feel free.
A 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found an
Keep it up, Diesel. Loving it.
for only $19 a month. A savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a
well, we enjoy your fucking around, my man.
SelectQuote could save you more than 60% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-206-9977. That's 1-800-206-9977. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-206-9977. That's 1-800-206-9977.
Diesel, what was your first instrument? When did you get into music? Talk to us about your, how you got to this point. Very nice. Where's she today?
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie back with Robert Kiyosaki, and we'll take your calls.
Oh, hell yeah. You know she still wants it. You got her with that fucking guitar. So you've been hooked on guitar ever since? How old are you?
Well, I always recommend financial education, like,
Well, my man, Diesel, where the fuck were you when I was a kid? You were 13, playing guitar, fucking chicks next door. 14, you're starting your own, like, marijuana business. Get into fucking crypto, ATMs. You're into some bullshit, man.
What did she do? I created a successful fortune out of respect for my
I hear that.
My story is cool, fantastic. Mind to remember. But now you're trying to learn to play golf, just listening to a lecture. Well, it's not going to happen. No, well, reading a textbook, you can't do it. The power of school system, they teach you just listen to an idiot across the room. You have no experience at all.
Were you clean, or did you experiment with vitamins for the food?
My instructors could fly. Would you listen to somebody who couldn't fly or how to fly? No way. It does.
Good for you. Now that's a new kind of drug we can talk about. HGH, stem cells. You find HGH works well?
Yeah, very good. I love what you're right. Practical experience is critical. And mistakes, there's nothing wrong with that as long as you learn from it. I was a big left to walk my front. That's right. I learned to ride a bicycle if I falling down. And every day in flight school, we had to practice crashing. So I crashed 3 times this time. Well, imagine if I had avoided crashing, I'd be dead. You know, you crash 3 times in real action? Yeah. Because some of your best friends don't come back, but they're pretty to know you were. You're not sure that it's unbelievable.
Yeah, that was great.
But then they get spit on by those switched up generation hippies. So why did I fight for you? I wonder if they're sorry for what they did. I doubt it. There's, this is a joke story. I still think about coming rushing to the Huron sit on, call baby killers. And I swear to God, I saw Nancy Pelosi in that crowd. You never know. I'm only kidding. Hey, it was horrible time, as you know. Let's go to the phone. You ready? Yep. Let's go to Brian in Indiana, east of the Rockies. Hey, Brian, welcome to the program.
Hey, George. Good evening, Robert. How are you, sir?
And I'm good to talk to you, and I want to thank George because it's an honor to be on George's program.
It's an awesome. I will not recognize you. Hey, Rick, I will thank you for service to Vietnam. I try to make a point to, if I see a veteran, a Vietnam veteran with a hat on, to shake their hand. I had a great uncle that was on the USS Indianapolis.
Oh, good for you.
War II. Yeah, he got credit for shore duty in the Philippines and was killed in action over there. But anyway, I got 2 questions. One is about, I was reading your bio here on the Coast website about you want to talk about, or you believe we're on the cusp of the greatest retirement crisis in our nation's history. Now, I'm 61 years old. I got very little debt. I got a fairly good retirement going. I got 401k like everybody else, and I got another separate retirement account in my company. So, I want to talk about the retirement crisis that might happen. And number 2, silver investment. So just the only thing I can afford, and my wife Kristen keeps me up every day because I buy silver eagles all the time. If you get me up today because I bought one just last week anyway, is it better to invest in the silver eagle or just to
That's a tough question because, I don't sell any silver bars and silver balls. So let me say this. There's a thing called spot and there's a premium. So when I was buying silver, it was like 10 cents. And there's a premium of about it was nothing. Today, the premium is so high over spot. But I still recommend silver simply because silver is an industrial metal. And if all these greenies, those Tommy Pinko greenies,
who want to, green the world, they have to have scope. So I started a company about 5 years ago called, a carbon credit. So the Greens are pushing my agenda because they want to cut out carbon, because I agree. So I invest in solar a lot, simply because the Greens have got to have solar.
Well, that's what we have both schools out there for.
Yeah, amen, brother, amen on that. I like the idea that you could put it in IRA, the real stuff, not just, I hate to say this, but I call ETF fake gold and fake gold.
Is Social Security going to be around in 10 years, can you assume?
I doubt it, but let me ask you this, but inflation is now
John Doe, your hand is raised.
so that's the biggest problem of all. That's why I say I went to the Academy in New York. I studied oil. And when Biden took us off I studied oil. And when Biden took us off the Keystone XL pipeline, I got rich. Oil went $30 a barrel to $130 a barrel. Check that out. But also what happened to national debt went through the roof. So we're in serious trouble. I hate to say that. And that's what, Silicon Valley Bank and all this, there's a canary in the coal mine. Our banking system is trouble.
Maria in Illinois is with us. Hi, Maria. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much for taking my call.
Sure.
So I have a couple of questions. One is on behalf of a friend of mine, an acquaintance, and the second one is concerning me. So I'll start with about my friend. So I have a friend, an acquaintance that he's actually a big fan of yours. He's always talking about Rich Dad, Poor Dad. But he has a very low paying job. But he's constantly always, he's into tech. He's constantly online all the time watching YouTube videos from different financial advisors and constantly trying to financially educate himself and either work his company or feels close to me, but he's always constantly watching YouTube videos and trying to educate himself. He's constantly talking to me about assets versus liabilities and everything else. But he is trying to find a way to generate $50,000 within less than a year. And I think I know why. He lives in a really bad, low, run-down trailer park. He owns his own trailer that he finally paid off, but the land is not his. It's a trailer park that is in bad shape that the town that he lives in has been trying to get rid of it or bulldoze it or get rid of it for a couple of years. And I'm thinking that maybe the reason he's trying to get $50,000 is either to buy it, if he can renovate it, or do something with it. I'm not exactly sure. He won't tell me. So I was wondering, my first question is there any way, and by the way, he's big into cryptocurrency. He's got all these different little investments in like ExxonMobil and plus he invests in crypto.
How much does he have saved up? You know?
I don't know. I think that he's invested maybe he owns like 20 shares because he only does dividends. He will only get into companies that pay dividends.
And I guess the question is, how do you make $50,000 in a year?
Right? Will he be able to make $50,000 in less than a year?
All right, we'll come back to your question in a second. Robert, how do you make 50? In the restaurant business, they say start with 100.
I hate to laugh, but there's a lot of truth to that.
That's the language.
I always believe financial education starts with history. Because when you study history, you can see the future. And so my rich dad, who was a man with no education, always talks about history. So let me give you some ideas. Most financial planners, guess how long it takes to become a financial planner?
Oh, God, I mean, can't even guess. 6 months, that's it?
It's even that long. How long does it take to become a hairdresser?
Longer than that.
18 months.
Yeah.
When you think about that for a while, you'll be careful who, I'm not saying they're good or bad people. I'm saying who do you take financial advice from? So let me give you a biblical story. When I was 7 years old, I went to church. I grew up in Hawaii. And I went to church. I was working at a Sunday school also. And the teacher asked me this question. She said to the young people, why were the wise men wise? And I said to her, because they were rich. She said, no. Because, in church, the love of money is the root of all evil. That's right. But it's really not the love of money, it's what you do for your money. That's evil, or good, or bad. So she said, so what do you mean? They had gold, frankincense, and myrrh. They were rich. She said, no. It was the best lesson until I was 7 years old before I met my rich dad in Hawaii. And I said, they always talked against you. So the best thing that your friend's doing, he's scanning for the best teacher that fits his philosophy. And that's the philosophy of YouTube. They could also be the worst teachers on their own. But to make 50 grand, how much capital do you need to do it? Well, it takes me a couple of minutes. For you, that's pretty good. How about him? But that's the power of financial education. Is because once you know how to do it, it's like playing golf. Once you know how to do it, you never fail to do it. It's easy. It's like riding a bicycle. Correct. Amen, George. That's your lesson. And our school punish you for making mistakes. Let's go back to Maria. So Maria, he needs some training if he's going to try to make anything. And what's your question?
Well, yeah, I mean, just to finish the case first, so that he's trying to figure out ways to make, because he's talking about trying to make his money work for him, and he's big into all this cryptocurrency, Cuban email, and all these other things, things I'm totally not into. So I don't know if there's any way for him to be able to somehow magically generate the income to get $50,000 within 8 or 9 months. That was finishing up with him, and then for me, I've never really been into any of this. But, I mean, I've been on disability most of my life, so I'm pretty much just on disability for my life. But I don't have the internet. I don't have email or anything like that. I'm very old school. I'm not into doing anything online, and also visually impaired, right? I'm not really big on watching videos, but he's kind of like pushing me to watch a bunch of YouTube videos, and kind of like push me to get on board to invest and do dividends and, earning shares or things that do dividends. But I'm not, because I'm on disability. I guess my first thing is more for him, is there any way that he can get it? And he's on limited funds and he already works, and he's in danger of losing the property that, it's not his property, but the landlady lives for the trailer park, lives out of state, and she's not even doing anything to fix it up. The city wants to bulldoze it. But for me, is there anything I can do to, I don't know, earn money under the table? I mean, because
No, we're not even going there. No money under the table, so to speak. Would you agree, Robert? Well, again, let me go back to Maria Montessori. She's one of the greatest educational entrepreneurs of all time. And what she says, what the hand does, the mind remembers. And the power with school is all that. You sit there, listen to a boring person lecture. Pretty one chapter, pretty thing, read or tell. But the purpose of me to play Monopoly was to inspire my ongoing learning. And unfortunately, what most people have been conditioned to do because they went to school was give me the answer. The answer is invest in an IRA or 401k. Monopoly's a great game. Oh, I still play it every day. Go to Bill in New Jersey. Hey, Bill, go ahead, sir.
thank you, George. Speaking of teachers, I happen to be a retired teacher for 31 years.
Oh, good for you.
Yes. I worked at a paper research paper back in the 80s and 30 years later. There were 3 important figures that put an end to communism and the whole war. Reagan,
The Pope, and the next one is, what do you think?
I'm not sure about what. What do you think of the other two, Robert?
I really didn't understand his question, so I'm happy to hear it again.
Wanted to know if Reagan and the Pope had anything to do with the end zone. What's the Pope had anything to do with the end zone? What's been going on?
I kind of stay away from those guys. Not that I do understand political. It's different than financial. You understand that?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that's why I say, talk with my friend, because man, wrote 2 books together, if I can prove I did it. But we support the same thing. Same as Oprah and I are good friends. We support financial education. So that's why Trump and Oprah validated my cash flow working, because of the I am on the but the hand does to my remembrance.
I remember her when she was in the television show Roots. Do you remember that?
Just exploded her career after that. Just fantastic. And I learned to play golf, reading a book. You can understand that. But try learning to play golf, learning to be somebody who can play golf. Think about that.
Well, or going to a marriage counselor with somebody who's never been married.
My person. But anyway, life is not about memorization and right answers. But that's an academic.
Robert's website, of course, is linked up at coasttocoastgames.com. Or do people still get your book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad?
Well, I hate to brag, but it's still #1 after 25 years across the world.
Is that amazing?
It's just amazing. Because I don't want to brag here. Every publisher turned us down because the liberal commie pinkos, and then they said, you don't know what you're talking about. You should stay funny. You should get out of debt. I'm going, no, I don't stay funny, and I use debt. If you understood funny, you'd understand debt is funny.
What do they say in one of those movies? Death tightens the company.
What's that?
They said in one of those movies about death tightens the company.
Well, Dave Ramsey's a friend of mine, and he says live debt free.
He's a genius.
Yeah, but that's his philosophy. It's not my philosophy. I'm $1.5 billion in debt, but I have to learn how to use debt.
As long as you're at cash flow, that's all that matters.
Yeah. But this is a big thing. You have to understand history as far as financial education. In 1913, the Federal Reserve Bank was created. In 1913, the IRS was created. So the only way fiat money, which is what we have today, can come into existence is we have to get into debt.
Good point. Robert, we're going to take a short break and come back with final calls in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Always on your phone? Then you'll be happy to know the Coast website is now optimized for mobile users. Just point your iPhone or Android browser to coasttocoastam.com and enjoy.
In the KFI 24-hour newsroom, the World Health Organization says the USC size might be Japanese COVID variant. It's called Arcturus and has been detected in 20 countries, including right here in the U.S., but even been seen in L.A. Health officials say this strain stands out because it brings the new symptom of pink eye. Foreclosure rates are increasing across the country, according to real estate data analytics firm Adam. U.S. homeowners filed 22% more foreclosures this quarter compared to the same time last year. New York, Chicago, and L.A. were the leaders in foreclosures for largest cities. The Supreme Court has extended access to an abortion pill at least until this Friday, and the Dodgers lost to the Mets 5-3. Southland weather from KFI, mostly sunny today. We'll see highs in the low to mid 80s. Right now it's 53 in Huntington Beach, 53 in Van Nuys. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Penner.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure. This is on the 405 southbound from Fairview to 73. Only is just down for road work until 5. And in Hit City, it's on the 10 westbound right for Crenshaw Boulevard. We have a guy taking up the two right lanes. The drive is punching up as you approach South LA. This is on the 110 southbound at Blossom. We have a crash that has all lanes temporarily blocked right now. The drive is as you approach this area. KFI, the guys will get you there faster. I'm Brian Dan. Hey, it's Team Sharp with the unfiltered truth about water softening. They don't filter your water. There's a better solution. A Light Source full house water system. Light Source gives you filtered, delicious drinking water from every tap. No filters to change, no salt, no servicing, and now, on approved credit, own a Light Source system for as low as $75 a month with their easy payment plan. Call Light Source at 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696, or visit lightsourcewater.com. iHeart Podcast is excited to welcome Jay Shetty to the iHeart family. Tune into On Purpose with Jay Shetty, the hit podcast where the former mom shares fascinating conversations with insightful people and investigates ways to live life today on purpose.
Try something unique. When was the last time you did something for the first time with your partner? We're used to watching them do the same things, do the same activities. Let's see them do something fresh and new.
Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcast. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same this year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need for the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I finished 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI live and everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. Call the Wild Card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. And we'll be back at a moment with Robert Kiyosaki and take final phone calls. Next hour, Dan Eckert joins us as we talk about the occult and the occult technology, so make sure you're part of the program. This being Wednesday for you Coast Insiders, a little present for you, way before Christmas. Couple programs from the Yard Sale Vault. Indeed, the Yard Sale Vault opens for business. We have shows this week, one from 2004, Art spoke with author Maurice Cotterell, and then from 2003, the guest was Ronald Clapp, as they discussed anti-aging medicine. So this is classic audio. It's available to Coast Insiders. It's heard without interruption. It's on multiple platforms. This fantastic audio, George, how do we get a hold of it? You become a Coast Insider a couple ways. One, go to the website, coasttocoastgame.com, insider right at the top of the homepage, fill out that information. Or download our free app, of course, and see your phone. And once you do that, click profiles and subscriptions, and you can sign up. And if you live in Canada and worldwide now, you can become a Coast Insider as well. And the folks that sign up to become insiders, love it.
Hi, this is Jerry from Pearland, Texas. Loyal listener since 1996. I love being a Coast to Coast Insider because I can download shows to my phone and listen anywhere in Texas. From our Gulf Coast beaches to the mountains of Big Bend.
Hi, I'm from Denver. I've been a Coast to Coast Insider for many years and love it. I get to listen whenever I want and get to tap into art sales so vault. You too can get these goodies. Become a Coast to Coast Insider today.
This is Jack. I'm a Coast Insider, and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before or anytime with the show archived. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did. You sure will, and it's only 15 just today. And now here's something for you to relax. HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness, while increasing energy and stamina, plus helps you fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. It elevates in the morning for energy and focus, then accelerate weight management and sleep combo before bed works great for less weight.
I've maybe gotten 4 to 5 hours sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7.